Amradam Kamaya. Oh, Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
So the translation for that verse from the Upanishad is, "O Lord, keep us away from unreality, but make us towards reality. Keep us away from darkness, make us go towards the light. Keep us not in mortality, but towards the immortality. Om, peace, peace, peace." Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. We have one speaker for public forum, and a group of 4 people, but they will be represented by Mr. Tony Cummings and Ms. Hazel Salter. Would you come to the chairs, please?
Thanks, Jules. Just want to introduce, as I said, Hazel and Tony. Ratepayers Association is back with a hiss and a roar under the new name of Dunedin Citizens Association, the Area Citizens Association. And I just want to thank you for this opportunity to speak on this very important topic. So over to Hazel.
Good morning. My name is Hazel. Thank you for the opportunity to voice our concerns regarding the new Dunedin Hospital. We attended the meeting at the museum for an update, really, on what was happening with the hospital. You're aware that in April 2022, the then Southern District Health Board unveiled a master plan for a central city health and education precinct, which included a 500 vehicle parking facility, which was also suitable for electric vehicles and bicycles, the development of an interprofessional learning centre for student learning and a transitional research centre. We learned recently that the teaching building will not now happen. A cost blowout from 50 million to 130 million was cited as the key reason for that decision. Pete Hudson wrote last year that the centre would be built before the main inpatients building because the inpatients building could not open without the functional development unit for clinicians. It would be unsafe. Even the local Labour MPs said that the city should be a lot more concerned about the centre than the hospital's design changes. Dr. Clark MP said the centre was important for the future and it wanted to ensure it would go ahead. There was no reason to doubt it would not be delivered as promised. He told the ODT in April, so much for that assurance. Apparently the existing hospital will be utilised for that, assuming they fix the rust issues and duct-taped joints in the air conditioning system at the hospital. So, also, we were told there would be no 500 vehicle parking facility. So, with the lack of that building, where are patients supposed to park while attending the outpatients and in the future, the main building? At present, you'll all know the parking in and around the hospital is a nightmare, especially for elderly and disabled, myself included. I understand that the George Street upgrade is to be completed by April next year. We surely hope that that will be the case. We were advised at the meeting that the expressions of interest were being sought for the parking and next steps were being considered. Again, we sincerely hope that will be forthcoming in the near future rather than the far future. I have an alternative suggestion that a bus service be introduced that goes from the bus hub in a loop along the northern one-way and back down the southern one-way to the bus hub, or expanded to encompass some of the suburbs to the hospital. If the new service comes from the suburbs, the bus hub could be avoided. I'm sure you are aware of the problems with the bus hub. Expressions of interest could be canvassed for that to happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hazel. What I want to get down to is that back last year, when the cuts to the budget for the new hospital were announced, I was most concerned. Once the city got over its Christmas shutdown, I was pleased to see that in late January that this council showed some leadership where they agreed to fund a $130,400 public campaign to fight the cuts. The issue was at that stage, they save, we pay. Signs are all here. Since then, in those promising days of the campaign to stop the cuts and get the planned hospital for the citizens of Dunedin and surrounding district would have appealed to have faltered somewhat. We have been made aware in the media of yet further cuts and delays to the building plans on almost a daily basis. The meeting that Hazel spoke of, that we attended, I was quite shocked actually, because the fact that not one of the people in this room chose to attend that. The deafening silence as this campaign has gone on somewhat appalls me. Not one council member attended. Have you been muffled by orders from Wellington? The public have a right to know as it affects their lives and their children's future. Deputy Mayor Sophie Baker at the January meeting is quoted as saying, "I marched to save neurosurgery in 210. I'm ready to march again. I'm ready to paint my placards." I think I'll start with health cuts don't heal. We, the Dunedin Citizens Association, are here to support this endeavour, but we do request that you as a council show some leadership. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I think it's probably appropriate at this point that I do respond on behalf of the council, because of course we were very active and, more obviously active earlier in the campaign. And we did have an early win with the extra $10 million that came forward for the hospital, which fixed the things that could be fixed instantly, which was very good. But now we are actively engaged with Te Wharaora and the clinicians at the hospital on a regular basis. In fact, we had a monthly meeting yesterday, which is the third or fourth of those that we've had, to discuss the issues and work together towards getting all of the other issues resolved. And foremost amongst them is the pathology issue and the issue of the pharmacy and other things that take a bit of time to get resolved because there are other parties involved. However, we did have, I suppose, the suggestion of promising news coming about the pathology situation and the aseptic pharmacy yesterday. And furthermore, we did discuss car parking for the hospital. Not that there was anything resolved yesterday, but I myself was involved in other discussions subsequent to the meeting, looking at, promoting the issue of additional parking for the hospital, and some steps will be investigated, subsequent to that meeting. So things are ongoing, but to be fair, there has been nothing that could be announced as a major development or a win or a loss for that matter. And looking at the interdisciplinary learning centre, there are issues because the three parties involved in that are all under severe financial constraint at the moment. It's a three-party situation: Te Wharaora, which is Te Wharaora Southern, so the Healthcare Southern, and the University, and Te Pukenga, what was previously the Polytechnic. So they were all contributing equally to that learning centre and all have financial constraints. So it is certainly the wish of council, by my observation, that we are very keen to have that happen still, and so are all three parties. So my expectation is that will be resolved before the new hospital is opened, and we will have an interdisciplinary learning centre. That is absolutely my expectation, and we are continuing to lobby for that, and we did discuss that yesterday. So, going forward, we, continue to lobby for all those things. Are there any questions of the presenters? Councillor Wetherell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning to you, and thank you very much, Hazel and Tony, for your presentation today. It's great to see you here representing the ratepayers of Dunedin. Going forward, would you find it beneficial to have a regular appointment with our Mayor to enable engagement with your Citizens Association and Council? I realise that 5 minutes is not a long time to get your point across at times. Would you find that beneficial to your organisation?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, it would be really good, because at the end of the day, I think everybody in this room, including ourselves, are here for the future of Dunedin, and that includes our grandchildren and their grandchildren.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just have a question about the meeting, because I was unaware of the second meeting, quite surprised to see it in the paper. Do you think it was well advertised by Te Whatu Ora that this meeting was actually happening?
No, we found out about 2 hours before that the meeting was on.
I just want to apologise for not being at the meeting, because like you, I was unaware until I saw it in the paper the next day, and I think that's part of the challenge around the messaging from Te Whatu Ora and the communication with Dunedin people. So we aim to do that better.
Thank you. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Right, so moving on and starting the meeting proper, we have apologies. There's apology from Councillor O'Malley and from Councillor Vandervis. Are there any others? Very good. So I move that they apologies be accepted, and I presume I have Councillor Walker to second that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Confirmation of agenda. I move that the agenda confirms the agenda with a couple of minor additions that we have with us. Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Barker, thank you. Is there any commentary on that, because we have this?
No, I'll do it at the item.
Right, very good. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Declarations of interest. Are there any changes or updates? Councillor Gary.
Mr Mayor, there's an addition for me. I've just become a trustee of the Ashburn Hall Charitable Trust.
Very good. Is that included in the...
It is.
It is. Very good. And duly noted. Are there any others? Thank you. So in that case, I move that committee notes the elected members interest register as attached in item A, and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members interested. Is there a seconder? Councillor Lucas, going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 5, confirmation of minutes from the ordinary council meeting 30 May 23. Are there any comments on that? You'd like to move that, Councillor? Very good. Are there any comments about the minutes? No. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Walker. No comments to speak to it. Very good. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. The extraordinary council meeting held on the 6th of June 2023. I move that we confirm the public part of the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting on 6th of June is a correct record. Do you need to do that? Yes. So would you like to move that? Yes. So Deputy Mayor Barker will move it. Is there a seconder? someone who was there? Councillor Lucas. Any commentary? No? In which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Actions from resolutions of council meetings. The report on item 6. Is there any commentary to the report?
No, I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr Mayor.
Are there any questions? In which case I'll put the motion that council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings as attached. No one with any comment? A seconder, please. Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 7, the forward work programme for council, June 23. Is there any commentary on the report?
No,
thank you.
again, I'm happy to take questions from councillors.
Yes, questions? Councillor Gary.
A question for the Chief. I note the investment plan is delayed, and there seems to be quite a lot riding on that in various ways. Any particular reason, or just capacity to progress it?
There are reasons, but they are commercial reasons that I'm happy to answer in non-public, but I can't answer now.
I have a question about the live music action plan. I don't see that mentioned in the forward work program, and I was concerned if it was possible. I did ask earlier if it was possible to include to put some inclusions in variation 3 to the 2GP that were pertaining to noise levels in the inner city, and but there's nothing in the forward work program on the live music action plan. Ought that be included, or what is the situation with that?
The live music action plan is on the forward work program of one of the other committees. I just can't pull which one off the top of my head, and Ms Wikaira is away.
Right. Very good. So we'll address that in the appropriate committee. Questions? Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. On page 40, Te Hura Otago Museum, where we move to support the campaign asking government to provide a level of funding, and I note there is a report due in December. I thought the intent of that meeting was to be supporting the museum as of now, as they are lobbying to government and not necessarily asking for a report.
So it's twofold. As I understand, a letter is being drafted to support the request for additional government funding, but the report will inform the 10-year plan in terms of sustainable funding in the 10-year plan.
Excellent. No further questions? Thank you. In which case, I move that Council notes the updated Council forward work program as shown in attachment A. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Ackland. Would anyone like to speak to that motion? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 8, Māori bilingual traffic sign submission. Mr Drew and Ms Benson will speak to the report. Do you have any opening comments or happy to take questions?
No, I just want to further to my email, reiterate my apologies for attaching the wrong version. It's just a version control issue. No excuses, I apologise.
Right. So I have a question. There's no commentary on why one language is in higher point size, font size than the other. And so
normally the one-up font size is about legibility, so it's about distance, being able to see. So you'll see that where they sometimes have speed, you'll see the text at the top is in a one-up font size. It's easier for people to see when they're driving from a distance.
So has there been debate, or is it appropriate in this format to have debate as to which language should be on top?
It's a very good question. I might ask the Chief for some advice on that one.
Absolutely. This is the opportunity for councillors in their submission to suggest if they're in favour of bilingual signs, if they'd want te reo or English to be first. That's entirely appropriate.
Because I note that in some of the information that we have had, in certain places, there can be confusion about which sign's on top, and there doesn't seem to be any particular preference one way or the other. A question from Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I had a similar concern. I'm in support of the bilingual signs. However, reading in that report, it states that if I've read that correctly, that the te reo would be larger than the English is the proposal. And I just thought, given, I'm making an assumption here, but I'm saying, given I assume most people in New Zealand speak English, and some people wouldn't understand te reo, I thought it, to look when you're in a hurry and you're flicking around a corner, or, that's certainly a situation I can think of, and all you see out of the cornea of your eye is a Māori, the Māori words jumping out at you. I thought that could actually create a problem. So my question is, would it be safer and more easily to see to have the English larger?
I can't say for certain would it be safer and easier, Councillor Houlihan. The only thing that I can really point to is what happens internationally. So, for example, in Ireland, English is at the bottom, and it is in a number of European countries as well.
In Ireland, in that example you've given, do you know the percentages of what type of people would speak Gaelic? Because I assume that's English and Gaelic, is it? I'm assuming, making that assumption again.
It's a good question. I can find that out.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
I wonder if is it not the case that the language that is being added is the one that goes on top and is in all of those countries? Is that correct? Do I have that correct?
So typically in the Scottish and Irish example, yes it is, and in places in Europe as well. I've seen a few places where it isn't, but typically yes it is the alternative at the top.
So therefore what's being suggested is the practice in other places that have bilingual.
Yeah, that's correct.
Can you tell us about the evidence around safety and any other aspects of bilingual signage that the evidence points to?
Of course. And with the introduction of bilingual signage in Scotland, there was no increase in what we'd call in New Zealand deaths and serious injuries. And equally in Ireland, when Gaelic was introduced, Ireland actually has, in comparison to New Zealand, a very robust road safety record.
And finally, was the purpose of introducing bilingual signs in the likes of Wales to promote the Welsh language? And is that the same purpose in introducing bilingual signs to New Zealand, the proposal to make it an everyday occurrence and engage people with te reo? So is it a similar purpose to those international examples?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, just on that topic, I'll just interject here. Is there any safety information from Wales? Because I believe that one side of Wales has Welsh on top and the other side has English on top. Are there any safety stats from there? Because in between, it could get quite confusing.
So from Wales, I can find out, but I've certainly had a look at the data from Scotland and Ireland.
Yes, same.
So I can add here, so Waka Kotahi did a peer review on this and so, before they proposed this. And basically what it said was with best practice sign design, so the right font size, the right differentiation, that was the way that the risk was minimised. Regardless of if it was Wales or Ireland or Europe, it's all about getting the best practice sign developed and differentiation between the two languages.
And I'd just add that in the documents supporting the consultation, one of the design principles behind the bilingual traffic signs is te reo Māori, to represent the mana of the language. The thinking is that Māori should be first, and that from in a culturally appropriate way is the guidance. So and that is the part of the supporting material for this.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Eklund.
Most of my line of question was around the international performances and so on as well. So you've made it clear that there's no negative safety impact with having another language added to the road signage. Is there any evidence internationally to say that it has improved safety?
I've not seen any evidence to suggest that, no. But I can have a look into that.
So really the reason for adding the extra language to this sort of signage is really nothing but promotion of the language.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Witherell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was pleased Waka Kotahi was translated in today's ODT as New Zealand Transport Agency. Is it their intention to incorporate English to existing te reo signage going forward?
Such as?
Any te reo signage. Sorry. Any te reo signage that's in existence around the country, in regards to roading, would they be translating an English version to that as well going forward? To be bilingual?
This is not something that staff can answer. So we have as much information as you do around the purpose of this consultation, which is in the report and on the supporting material from Waka Kotahi. So I can't speak to what their intentions are in the future, and neither can Mr Drew.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions. I'm doing quite a bit of research on this. I found 41 countries that use bilingual signs. So going back to the safety question, from my research, I have found academic research that shows that in areas where the predominant language is not English and you use the dominant indigenous language first, that there are safety improvements. Would that be fair to assume that might be the case?
It might be the case. I haven't seen the evidence, so.
And second to that, and I guess it goes to the Welsh question, having been there when that happened in the UK, would it be fair to assume that the reason that the Welsh language is first in Northern Wales is the primary language spoken in Northern Wales is Welsh, and in Southern Wales, where it's English, the English is first? Would that probably suggest why that's the case?
Sounds reasonable.
I'll go on to my questions I had lined up. From the research I've seen, the main concern seems to be around safety, and the research is, I reckon, relatively agnostic on it. And most of the evidence says that serious injuries and deaths are reduced, but not. There are some suggestions there might be increase in minor instances. Is that what you found?
Yes, that's correct.
I think that's it for now.
Very good. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question is around that, and it's clarified and highlighted in point 12, that there won't be any additional cost, as these signs will be rolled out as when other signs are being replaced. Can you just get that clarification, please?
That's correct. So our submission to Waka Kotahi, which is in line with what the consultation document says, that signs will be replaced when they're at the end of their life, or if there is a new sign, then it'll be in both Te Reo Māori and English.
Thank you. And the other key point I just wanted to clarify is on the submission point 11, where, and it sort of also goes into a lot of the other, I said, community debate as such, that actually the importance of having one sign with both Te Reo and English on it versus having two signs split apart and cluttering the roadside. For me, that was one of the key important factors. Do you have anything to add about that?
So yes, and I think the other thing as part of our submission was thinking of the workers who are carrying multiple amount of signs and having to put them up as well.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. So just to clarify, Te Reo under the proposal here would be on top and the print would be larger. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the print is in what is called a one-up font size. Yep.
Okay. So, would it be fair to make the assumption that that might be the first thing you see when you look at the sign? If something's larger?
Just to clarify, it's different for different sign types. So sometimes it's colour, sometimes it's one-up font size. So it depends which sign you're talking about.
Will these signs be larger? I'm assuming they will be than the normal size because they're going to have so much more.
So no, they won't be larger. If you'll notice that some of the feedback around the signs for temporary traffic management, the reason why they've said put two signs out is because they don't want to make the signs larger. But the feedback in there is to keep the one sign in both Te Reo Māori and English from a cluttering and carrying multiple signs perspective.
I saw the note about the welcome sign and that they could have one in English and one in Te Reo, as I understood it with that. But if I've read this correctly, I don't think they were, well, first of all, they put the, am I correct? And there was an issue with obviously the clutter on the side of the road, but also I think there was a safety issue with having them separately. Was that one of the concerns?
We didn't cite a safety issue, Councillor. We cited the fact that you would want to have one sign in both languages from a consistency perspective and from a practical perspective.
Right. My understanding is, but I could have read this wrong, is that the traffic signs, so like the welcome, because it's not giving a traffic direction, was proposed to be separate, so just solely Te Reo, but the traffic signs wouldn't be, they would be bilingual, they wouldn't be just solely Te Reo, is that correct?
So the Waka Kotahi's proposal is twofold. It says you can have one sign in both Te Reo Māori and English, or this is the welcome two signs, or you can have one side in Te Reo and the other one in English on the other side. We're suggesting from a practicality perspective, cost, carting signs out, all those sorts of things, that it be one sign in both languages.
For the welcome sign, I understand that, but my understanding is for traffic signs, like say a speed or I don't know how they do how would they do the numbers? But anyway, or for names or give way or whatever, or stop or something like that, I'm assuming that they would be bilingual. They wouldn't be just stop in Te Reo or,
So the consultation does not include stop signs. It only includes, I think, one regulatory sign, and most of them are destination signs. So this way to this location, or, welcome to Christchurch. It doesn't include stop or give way signs.
So no stop or give way. Okay.
So microphone, please. Are you finished, Councillor? Okay, very good. I have a question, and then Councillor Walker. So following on from Councillor Walker's logic that in Wales, for instance, the dominant language was on the top, would it be appropriate in this meeting to change, to change our submission to ask for the dominant language to be on top, which is the most spoken language in the country, even though it's not an official language, namely English?
That's for council to decide, not staff.
Yes.
But again,
So-
Mr Mayor, I would point you to the rationale for why Te Reo Māori is on top, and that's because it's deemed to be the more culturally appropriate way to reflect the manner of the language. So council needs to consider that if it wishes to make a submission that is different than what's being recommended.
Yes. The natural reading order for Western people and in this country would be from top to bottom. And similarly, the learning likelihood, if one reads the critical message first, and then one might take the time to read the Te Reo translation, whereas if not having to find the critical reading message, namely the name of the destination, one might not go back to the Te Reo version. Would that be a factor, do you think? Hard to tell.
It's almost impossible to ask staff to speculate, Mr Mayor.
Very good. Councillor Walker, do you have further questions?
I do actually, and I'll just, on your point, I'm just going to ask, as roading experts, would you consider the name of a town like critical messaging?
So it's normally the regulatory signs that are the critical messaging, the stop, the give way.
Thank you. And putting the language protection and the cultural enhancement questions aside, doesn't the research show that bilingual signs are very much welcomed by tourists to countries?
Yes.
Final question is, it's my understanding that internally from a policy position, Waka Kotahi now has a policy of starting to respect and value the importance of Te Reo Māori?
That's correct.
Councillor Gary?
Happy to move.
No, you've been beaten to the punch by Councillor Benson Pope. Do I take that? Are you happy to second? Very good. Are there any further questions? In which case, Councillor Benson Pope has moved it. Would you like to speak to it?
I would. Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's certainly true, and it's more than obvious in social media in particular around the country that this issue has become a lightning rod for bigotry and racism. And I'm pleased that none of that has surfaced here or is likely to surface here. I'm amused or bemused, though, by some of the questions, because it seems to me that we all know that Māori is one of our official languages. And the remarkable thing is that we as a country are the only place where Te Reo has developed and is extensively used and is recovering to the benefit of the whole community. I think this move by Waka Kotahi and government is something we should celebrate, just as we celebrate sporting success or the success of our academics or performers nationally and internationally. This is something that is unique New Zealand, and as such it's adding value to have Te Reo displayed on our signage around the place. I think it's spurious to suggest there's any risk in doing this, and obviously the question and the answers from staff about the critical signage is quite unequivocal. I think, as I say, this is to be welcomed. It may not be welcomed 100% universally across the community, and we could all make our judgments about why that might be. Having been through the experience, as many of us have, about the pushback on the use of Te Reo, for a recent pool development in this very town. So don't be surprised by this, and I think we just need to call out that rubbish and support a very positive step forward by the Transport Agency.
Councillor Wiley.
I will support this motion, and unfortunately I would have to say around this table my te reo is not flash, and I'm probably one of the ones that would struggle with it the most. But I note the importance. I also note in our papers that it clearly talks about in Ireland they had a death rate of 2.9 per 100,000 residents. Well, if we're going through New Zealand, it's currently at 7.8 per 100,000 residents. So if we have bilingual signs and we can bring down our death rate on the roads, I think that is a huge plus. But yes, there is a safety element, I believe, because actually I do know when I travel in other countries and I look at road signs, I do slow down and I do take more care. But when we look at where this paper is shaped and where it is heading, it is, to me, common sense. And I think it is about being bilingual. And for all residents and for respecting the language, all languages of New Zealand, that we actually look at actually having bilingual names across our identities as well. And the road signs is part of that. And I think about, as this debate's going through, and it's going not just here but around the country. In 1999, a lot of New Zealand was up in arms. There was hell to pay on the national radio scene. Talkback radio was aghast. Why? It was because the first singing of the national anthem in te reo at an All Black match. Do we think twice about that today? Is that important? Or do we sing it with pride? And I think that's the important factor, is actually we should be proud of te reo and the importance it has, locally and nationally. And I think the other part is actually a lot of our visitors will enjoy looking at our road signs. And trust me, I've had family and whānau from overseas come and visit. And guess what? They love taking photos in front of our te reo signs or place names. So for me, I'm happy to support this. I've already received a lot of chatter and messages on it from a number of my friends and associates, and some of them I will annoy by having this view, but that I think is a progressive way we've got to look forward to New Zealand. And by the way, a stop sign will always be a stop sign. Why? Because it's red, it's shaped like a stop sign, and it will still have stop on it.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for that very pertinent point at the end there, Councillor Wiley. And thank you to the mover and the seconder, and no surprise, I fully support this, and like Councillor Benson-Pope, I do actually want to congratulate Waka Kotahi for, as I mentioned earlier, starting to respect and value the importance of te reo Māori as one of our country's official languages. We'll all know that bilingual signs are commonplace internationally, and as I mentioned earlier, my research, prove me wrong if you can, over the last few days has identified 41 countries using bilingual signage within their borders. Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Belgium, Canada, China, Finland, Vietnam, Slovenia, USA, Sweden, the list goes on and on. It's a long one. And during my search, it does appear, again, as I mentioned earlier, the major concern when they were introduced in the various countries or municipalities was the question around safety. It would seem to be the lead concern and lead question that was raised. But the best reports I could find say that could be managed, as it mentions in the paper, actually with good sign design and good sign practices. And in fact, the majority of countries and regions where bilingual signage has been implemented, post-installation assessments have found no evidence of worsening deaths or serious injuries. And I think we can take comfort from learning from countries that have implemented such changes. In fact, there is actually evidence of a variety of benefits which are likely to accrue from bilingual signage, and a few of them have been mentioned. Tourism promotion is one. Language protection, I think that's really important. Cultural enhancement. Enhanced social and societal cohesion, go figure. And in some cases, as I mentioned earlier, where there is a larger a population of Indigenous language speakers, it can actually provide for safety enhancements. And of course, additionally, for us here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, the benefits will include actually Te Reo Māori uptake and experiences of Māori, in particular Māori who have been, over a period of time, alienated from their heritage and their language, actually. I think we should be excited and celebrate the fact that bilingual road signage will actually normalise Te Reo and normalise the uniqueness of Te Reo, particularly when people visit our country. Many of you know I've travelled extensively across the world, and I, for one, absolutely love it on so many levels when I get out of a plane or out of a train, and in a suite of opportunities to improve my Te Reo. This proposal is nothing revolutionary. The rest of the world has somehow managed it. They've embraced biculturalism and multiculturalism, often reflected in their road signs. And I will finish just with a bit of disappointment, and I wish Councillor Van der Vis was here, because I would say it if he was here. His recent post on his Facebook page is, on the one hand, dog whistling actually to a reaction.
Councillor, sorry, he's not here, and I don't think it's relevant to start casting aspersions about a Facebook post. Thank you.
So what was the point of order? I think I've said enough and people will pick up on what I said. Thank you. Let's embrace this opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for their work on this submission. I want to make some comments about language to begin with, and I consulted the resident linguist in my life about this, and a couple of really pertinent quotes. I don't know who to credit for them, but one is that a person who doesn't understand two languages doesn't understand one. And I recall learning Latin, which improved my understanding of the English language, as an example. And another wonderful quote around languages loaning and borrowing words from other languages. And the quote is, "English will chase other languages down dark alleys and beat them senseless so it can rifle their pockets for other words." And you'll know words like magazine. I was astonished to find it's French. Hickory, from the North American Indians, and pajamas, which has Persian origins. So I start with that, and I recall some years ago being horrified to learn when I was on the community board that the sign pointing to Otako Marae was spelt incorrectly, and that was corrected quite quickly. I also recall attending a function about 2 years ago when a teacher of Te Reo came back to Dunedin after 25 years and described her joy at the explosion of language use. As she moved around the city in and out of shops and so forth, she was amazed and delighted. So here we have a proposal that is going to normalise Te Reo even more. And it's based on evidence, and I want to just remind colleagues who are concerned about the aspects of format and differentiation and font size that we're talking about best practice here. So this is not something that Waka Kotahi has pulled out of the air. There are so many countries, as Councillor Walker has mentioned, who've done this already. We're hardly pioneers, and we can learn from them in terms of best practice. We know from the evidence it doesn't detract safety-wise, in fact could enhance, because sometimes you'll slow down to see something that's a little different. And I was interested to read that in Wales, and I recall when I travelled in the early 1980s, those bilingual signs, and I think they had similar debates at the time, but those conversations started way back in 1965, and in 1993 OWAS was made compulsory. I love this idea of normalising it. There are so many words that I think of that even 10 years ago were not embraced in our language. Whānau, Pākehā, Aroha, all words we commonly use. I support this move proudly, and I consider it to be another mokopuna decision, a decision for generations to come. I hope that I'll be able to look back, and we'll all be able to look back in 10 years and wonder what all the fuss was about. A time when te reo will be more widely spoken, a time when young people will have grown up and have learnt New Zealand history, a more cohesive society. So let's embrace this and get on with it. I fully support it. Thank you to the mover.
Councillor Gilbert.
There we go. Let's try that one. I too am in support of this, and in part because I believe it's the right thing to do. The word progressive has been used. I'm not sure that is necessarily the right word, because that would suggest that we're leading the pack to me, which, as has been pointed out, we're not. But also, like Councillor Walker, I too have travelled, not quite as extensively as his exceptional list, but coming home has always... I've always had a sense of belonging when I arrive back into the country and see duolingual signs, or hear kia ora as I'm walking through and walking up to the customs desk. I know I'm home at that point, and I, like many others, do not speak much te reo. I'm also supporting this because of what is referred to as linguistic commodification in tourism. Whenever you go overseas, as has been pointed out by several others, to any of at least 41 countries, and you see duolingual signs, you know where you are in the world. That's the same thing here. People know where they are, and it is unique to this one country. And while around the table, te reo Māori may not be an often heard conversational language, if you work in other regions of the country, or in other circles within Dunedin, it does become so. I can assure you on that, having done just that. So I, as I say, will be supporting this, and my final reason for doing so is that, as I believe Councillor Walker pointed out, it has aided language recovery in countries such as Ireland, Scotland and Wales. Whilst in Ireland it is pushing 40%, I believe, from just having a quick search, 40% of people now speak Gaelic. That has not always been the case, and part of that has been having it more overt in their lives, and therefore an interest grows. Is this meaning that everybody must learn te reo Māori? No, it is not. It is merely saying this is where we are in the world, this is something unique to us, and this is an official language of New Zealand when, as I believe the Mayor pointed out, English technically is not.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support this, like Councillor Gilbert said, is the right thing to do, and I embrace the use of te reo. And when we talk about having where the te reo is in the sign, I support having it at the top to the mana of our first language of New Zealand. Also just want to touch on the visitors, as my background is a visitor experience, and has long been, when you come to New Zealand, hearing kia ora. And a lot of the te reo Māori has been missing from our signage and from telling our stories about our country together. I think we've had many people's fears allayed, our colleagues' fears allayed about the research, which shows that there are no increase in deaths and serious injuries. In fact, if slowing down is a great thing, we absolutely want people to slow down and take more care, because our crash statistics are terrible. It's our Treaty of Waitangi responsibility, and I support the goal, obviously, of incorporating more te reo Māori. As elected officials, we have a leadership role to support Māori language. Also want to talk about learning a new language, which can improve memory and brain functions. There's been a whole lot of studies that show that learning a foreign language at an older age both reduces the risk of Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. So I think we should all embrace learning another language. If we're going to slow down, if we're going to take more care, learn another language and improve our health. It's an added bonus, isn't it?
Thank you. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The comments that I want to make, some have already been said in various ways, so I won't repeat those specifically. But firstly, I am in support of this motion, mainly because the natural thing that people can do is think this is going to make things less safe, and the evidence is suggesting that it doesn't. And in fact, perhaps there could even be an advantage, whether it be slowing down as you approach signs or whatever. So that's the first step for me, is that there's no evidential risk of adding te reo to the current signage that we have. The other thing I don't have a problem with is te reo being at the top and English being below. And the reasons for that, again, have already been highlighted. It's a cultural thing for te reo to be first. But the other thing you've got to remember is that when we're driving and we approach signage, we zone in on what actually connects with us the most. And so, you know, we're not going to be gawking at a sign trying to work out what the te reo is saying if we can't read it properly. We are going to zone in on the message that's coming out in English. And so I have absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. And the key thing that I accept with this, and this is what a lot of people actually do need to start doing, is that this is a way to promote te reo as a language in this country. Let's face it, most people are on the roads in some sort of situation for lots of different reasons, and if te reo is to be promoted more, what a great way to do it. So I think that's a really good thing. As Councillor Benson-Pope mentioned about some of the negativity that can come from certain corners, referring to the likes of the new pool in Mosgiel, people don't like change, and it's the unknown that seems to scare a lot of people. As Councillor Wiley said about the national anthem having the te reo verse and chorus added 40 odd years ago, that people were horrified. Well, in my opinion, the national anthem is now not complete without te reo in the first part. In fact, it actually sounds nicer. But I can't say that I was of that mind at the time when it first happened. It's taken a little bit of time. And as Councillor Fiso knows, I've certainly needed some assistance when it comes to singing How Great Thou Art in te reo, and she has helped me, so I thank you for that. So those are my comments in relation to the language side of things. Just the other thing I want to touch on is key point 11, and that's to do with temporary traffic management. Temporary traffic management, as we know, is popping up all over the show, and every time we approach some sort of site, it is very, very cluttered. It can be very, very difficult to navigate your way through between road cone signage and sometimes things being knocked and moved out of place, and you know, really they are very, very full-on situations. And so I think sticking to what we've already got when it comes to the temporary traffic management is a good thing. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I support bilingual. I think it's a great way to get our language out for more people to learn Māori, te reo. I've been taking lessons myself. Hasn't kicked in yet, I must say. I've been learning for years, but anyway, I'll keep trying. But part of that is that we're not immersed in it. You know, when I learnt French for years at school, and then I went over to Paris and around the rest of France, I was forced to speak it because it was everywhere. And so when you're in that immersion, you do tend to learn it faster and you speak it a lot better. So that will eventually happen to us, but it's obviously going to take time. And something like this will help with language comprehension. Mike's in a different language. I'd be like, oh, what am I doing? I can't tell what that is. That would be my concern if it was somewhere that if it created any confusion. So my preference would be that the wording had the te reo underneath and the English on top, and the other, the suggestion here is that the te reo would be larger. That's another concern for me, is that I think they should be both the same size, or the English possibly larger, just because the majority of New Zealanders speak te reo. That possibly won't be the case, you know, in the future. We might have more te reo speakers, but right now we don't. And so people immediately will look and they'll understand the English, they won't understand the te reo. And as I said, that will change, but I feel there could be a safety issue with that. That's my personal view. I'm also concerned that we're keeping the signs the same, that the proposal is to keep the signs the same size, because at the moment, it's just going to squeeze all the wording in, and I think it will make it difficult to see what's being said on the sign. I have no problem with te reo solely featuring on a welcome to sign, and then it being in te reo on one sign and in English on another, because to say welcome in Māori I think is a lovely thing, and I've got absolutely no problem with that. But I do have concerns with road signs, not with it being bilingual, but with the placement of the te reo and the size and where it's put and the size of the sign. So the three concerns that I have personally, and they're solely for safety and for comprehension when most people don't understand te reo. Thank you. Oh, I'll just add, what I would love to see, following on from that, is all our council logos, our council information to all be in English and te reo. I think that would be great, and I'd love to see more of that. So I'm fully in support of that. However, on the road, I just think we do need to be careful. But yes, I will support this, but those are my three concerns.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to staff for this work you've done so far. Bilingual signage is overdue, long overdue. Looking at Ireland since the 1920s, the early days of independence, in some places the signage is just Irish. In 2005, 2,500 towns opted to have only Irish signage. To Councillor Wiley's point, it may not be a bad thing if we have to slow down and read signs. While increasing driver tasks, there's no significant risk or accidents, no deaths or serious injuries. Also, no impact on our comprehension time. Councillor Houlihan should credit the incredible abilities of our brains to process information in the fraction of a second. As Councillor Walker points out, a positive is a protection of the language and uptake, a significant step to normalising the use of te reo Māori. It's been part of the school curriculum since 1989, and one of the ways that we celebrate being Kiwi. Recognised as our official language in 1987, but not worked into the school curriculum to 2003, 20 years ago, my child's lifetime. I see that recently there were comments about this being a compulsory part of the schooling, taking another 10 or 20 years. We're very, very slow on the uptake. There is proof that we learn through osmosis. Toitu Museum is an example. We never refer to that as the Early Settlers Museum. We all know what Toitu means. Te reo on top? Yes, most of our towns are named Māori names. When a person approached me about the naming of the new Mosgiel Pool in Māori, I suggested they would still call it the Mosgiel Pool. Te puna o whakaihu will eventually sink in, and we will have all learnt something new, the name of the Silver Stream. To Councillor Gary's point, the reasons to learn new language. Learning new skills increases your brain function, it improves your memory, it enhances your ability to multitask, something women have been doing for centuries, improves academic performance, boosts creativity and self-esteem. It will help your career opportunities. Yes, you will be more attractive to your employers. Also, you'll have a greater understanding of the language that you already speak. If you want to imbibe a culture, bilingualism is healthy, a tourism plus. As Councillor Gilbert says, an increased sense of belonging. We know where we are in the world. And as Councillor Ackland says, It will take time. I'll end with a whakatau. Whakatauki. Ko tokoreo, ko ohohoho, ko tokoreo, toko māpahi, Māoria. My language is my awakening. My language is the window to my soul. I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, and I would just like to say tēnā koutou to the staff and to the mover and seconder. It was interesting in hearing the questions and hearing the word dominant, I suppose the dominant culture, and that reminds me in the colonisation workshops, Treaty of Waitangi workshops that I've been part of facilitating and developing and rolling out. People don't realise, because we have all been colonised, that when the Treaty of Waitangi was signed at Waitangi on February 6, 1840, there was between 200 and 500,000 Māori tangata whenua, compared to maybe 2,000 settlers all around the country, but mostly in Northland. And at the time of the signing, Lieutenant Governor Hobson was the only person who did not speak te reo. Even the missionaries and tradespeople all had to learn te reo, and they were looked after by tangata whenua. If it wasn't for the hospitality and manaakitanga of tangata whenua, the new arrivals, the settlers, wouldn't have survived. So this is, in lots of ways, this is not about us. People were thinking, as people have said, we're afraid to change, but it's not about us. It's actually about tangata whenua. And I just want to acknowledge Edward Allison, the upoko at Otako last Monday, saying he thought he would never, ever, ever see the day that a facility in this city would have only a Māori name. So there are young people who have been raised speaking only te reo. And as Councillor Gary said, this is a mokopuna decision, and we always must listen to tangata whenua, kaitahu mana whenua, who say, how does this city reflect us? It doesn't right now. So kia ora to everyone who's put this together.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Not very often I sit around this table and agree with with everything people have said. You've all got a different take on it, and I agree with basically everything you say. I think we've got to be aware of the first language of this country and the most understood language of this country. And we have to be respectful to those people who do not, as yet, understand, have been educated and been brought up in this country, that do not understand Te Reo Māori. I think going forward, it's unique to New Zealand, and I totally agree. I'm going to support this motion. However, I do think we need to be respectful for the majority of the public that as yet do not understand Te Reo. And for those people that cannot and wish to speak up, to be referred to as racists or rubbish, I don't think that's very respectful at all. I think we need to go forward at a pace which is forever seems to be increasing in this country. However, we've got to take the majority of the people on the journey with us all, and we can't leave people behind. So I'm all for it. I think we need to have equal signage and equal font size, especially. Whether Te Reo's at the top or English is at the bottom doesn't really concern me at all, but I do agree with it, and I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I'll be brief and not repeat what's already been said. And when I'm not here, I spend a lot of time with young people and students, and they are genuinely interested in what we debate about, and they always ask me what's on our council agenda. And when I mention this item, without fail, they all had a comment, and it was, why is this even a thing in 2023? Why are we even debating that? And I think that's a good point to end on.
Before I hand it back to the mover, I've just got 3 simple points to make. This is about protection of a taonga. And so te reo is a very important part of this country, and it was the language that was here first. The second point is that the majority of foreign countries, of countries around the world, that it is typical to have the local language first on the signs. So it makes sense to have te reo on top, and English being the most commonly universally spoken language. So in general, that is the language for visitors, but also in this country, a lot of the people do speak English. So it's appropriate to have English with it, but a second. The evidence shows that it is better to have it in a different font size and possibly even in a different typeface or a different colour. So to differentiate between the 2 languages is important. So that's really straightforward. And the third point is that a lot of new immigrants and a lot of our youth, as has been pointed out, but new immigrants in particular, because that's one particular thing that I see a lot of, at citizenship ceremonies, a surprising number of them choose to speak their oath of allegiance in te reo. And my point being that more and more people are embracing the language, and I think this is a very good thing that the country is doing as a whole. And so, that steady move to having road signs made bilingual will be useful for the resurgence of the language, which is taking place in an ever-increasing fashion, as we see from language classes that are very well subscribed. Back to you, Councillor Benspo.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to thank colleagues for the maturity of the vast bulk of their comments. I think that's a very powerful statement about our views and our respect for the priorities of this country. I'd also like to suggest that the design that people are so concerned with of signs can be happily left to the designers. I think we should have no issues around that matter. And I want to thank Councillor Barker for making it clear just why Councillor Walker is planning to go to Poland. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, you need to think about what she said. The pride in the symbolism in relation to Māori language and Māori symbol is something we all share, and I have to say, I've never got over the delight of seeing the koru on the tail of a plane at New York or Frankfurt. And that's, for me, what this is about. We need to celebrate, as I said earlier. This is entirely a positive step in the right direction, and I'm pleased that on this occasion this is clearly going to be supported unanimously when it's taken by division. Could I ask, though, in paragraph 12 of the Mayor's letter, there's a spelling mistake in the last line that could be corrected, please.
Yes, we'll take that by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
Very good. Moving on to our next submission, the Three Waters Reform Update. Ms Graham, Mr Drew and Ms Mackenzie will speak to the report. David. Very good. So, do you have any commentary or happy to take questions?
I'll just start, councillors. As you know, with this, the Water Services Entities Amendment Bill has been put into the House with a very short turnaround. And so, as we have discussed with councillors, what we're seeking here is a delegation to me in consultation with the Chair of Infrastructure to finalise Council's submission, given the very tight timeframes that we are working within. The team have done a great job in summarising where we're at, pulling together a submission, but we will look to work to see what other sector-wide submissions might be being written and try and incorporate those at the same time. And as previously advised, we have shared our work with both Otago and Southland, so in case they've been unable to pull together something in the way that we have. We are happy to take questions, but there's a limited amount. You pretty much know what we know at this point.
Yes, it's been well covered. Councillor Mitsba.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In the covering letter, you talk about the three concerns we have, and I know we all share the concern about the risk of privatisation, but I've also concerned about point 2, namely the potential for WSEs to override or not take into due account the local planning decisions as the result of other processes that we're directed to participate in. We all know that our second generation plan was based on a spatial survey, and subsequently we've been involved and are currently involved in working with the wider region around the development of the future development strategy. Are you confident the submission is strong enough in expressing our concern about the possible contradiction between water location provision decisions by WSEs compared in the context of other planning decisions about land use made as a result of those required strategies?
So the submission hasn't been finalised yet, so we can make sure that we are strong in that place and maybe speaking out of turn, but we'll develop the consultation, the submission in consultation with the Chair of Infrastructure, but we'll circulate it around councillors for comment, so you'll have an opportunity to check and make sure it is strong enough.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a couple of questions just to understand our ability to vote should this go through. So would we have one vote out of 14 sitting on the group? Would that be correct?
Yes, from the RRG context, we had discussed shareholding yesterday, which is in relation to the population.
Thank you. My next question is just around, it's on page 59, and I just wanted to understand the transfer of assets and debts. And it says that local government organisation to make written comments on draft debt payment schedule and allowing a payment to be made in instalments. So I just wondered, does this mean the entity can pay in instalments or a lump sum? Is my understanding around that correct, or does that mean something else?
Without looking at the legislation again, that would appear to be the case. The main point of the Select Committee recommendations on the legislation bill was that they have strengthened the provisions regarding debt transfer to provide a lot more detail, including that there was limited detail in the introduced bill.
That is certainly something, though, having raised it, that we will look further into as we look to draft the submission, having just had the confirmation from DIA about the current debt transfer.
So my expectation would have been that we would just get, when it was transferred, get a lump sum, but this means that possibly it could be paid in instalments.
Look, I think we've found that our expectations around these bills haven't always been met with what's been enacted.
Just to add, that's correct. So I think the entity is, or the entities are trying to avoid loading up all the debt of all the councils on day one. So the first legislation talked about a staged transfer of debt.
But it is certainly a point that we will look to strengthen in our submission, because just because it's a problem for the entity doesn't mean it needs to impact on our balance sheet.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to staff for working on this in ridiculously short timelines. My question relates to 2F subsection 5 and the request to, if this goes ahead, to establish on 1st July and not halfway through a financial year. So twofold question. Are the other councils within Entity J on board with that idea, and what are the consequences of that not happening, so i.e. starting midway through a financial year?
So broadly, the majority of councils that we've talked to across Entity J favour a 1 July date. The 25-26 is up for still for some discussion. The consequences are that administratively it is really tricky. We potentially end up with stranded costs. How you then deal with, and while there are transition provisions, how you deal with your annual plan or your 10-year plan is complicated, because you have water assets and water staff for a period of time, and then there are some things you're required to do, and Nani will correct me, for the remainder of the year if you go part way through. So it's immensely more complicated, given our years run 1 July to 30 June, our very clear preference, if this legislation is enacted, that we go on 1 July.
Thank you. So a follow-up question, is part of that as well a desire to give certainty to staff?
To be honest, any date will give staff certainty, but the broader, like the administrivia that would come with going outside of 1 July can't be underestimated.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Is it fair, given we have one vote, is it fair to say that our understanding of this is that smaller councils that might have a third of our population also have the same voting power as us?
Within the RRG, their decision making as a governance body, yes.
This might be a bit unfair, but implication-wise, what is the structure for if say a group of councils decided that they wanted to do something that we weren't in agree with? What in our area we have 7 councils. Is it 7 councils? Is that correct? Yes, 7 councils, and so if they have a majority vote there, does that mean that they could implement things that we're not happy with?
So let me just check with Nadia. I think this needs to be framed up in the terms of what the RRG is actually able to do. So the RRG has limited powers and functions, and so I think any answer needs to be framed up on the basis of what it can and can't control.
Yes, so Section 30 that we talked about in the workshop is the basis of how an RRG makes a decision, and that decision is made either by consensus, i.e. general agreement, or if that's not possible, by 75% of the RRG. That's in the interest of being able to make a decision. So what we talked about with merger in the workshop is that decision is based on the Section 30.
It would be 75%, would it, for a merger, or
consensus, or if consensus can't be reached, 75%.
And I assume we're asking, if we're a bigger population, that we should have more voting power. Would that be something we are? I think we say it in our submission, don't we? That we think that should be
something we can ask for. So the population is based on shareholding. So shareholding decisions are different, such as a divestment proposal. But what we're asking in the submission is for the very least, for all in a merger situation, for the two processes that require a decision, for at least all territorial authorities to be required to accept that versus a 75%.
Have we considered saying that if we're larger, we should have a bigger say, you know, rather than the 100%?
So that comes back to the representation on the RRG is that we have one vote in 14. We that as in that's the population, as I said, is based on a shareholding rather than the RRG membership.
So you're saying there's no way we can change that?
So the amendment bill that is out right now is giving a guarantee that every territorial authority will be able to be a representative in the RRG, and that is something that we've asked for more involvement in previous submissions. So it is better than what it was. So obviously this bill hasn't gone through the process and become law yet. So we could make a comment on that.
Our entity, well, the whole of the South Island is quite different to the rest of New Zealand because we've only got one iwi that we're working with. With the representation of 7 councils, how many iwi representation, how many places do they have? Is that correct, that they have 7 as well?
Yes, that's correct. Every RRG has to have an equal number of mana whenua and territorial authorities, and in the proposed entity J, that would be 7 territorial authorities, therefore 7 mana whenua.
So when we're talking about mergers or voting, if Ngāi Tahu decided this was something they wanted, does that mean they would have 7 votes?
Yes, that's correct. Although noting that merger has got a much bigger process, and we're just focusing on the 2 decisions in that part of that process that the RRG would make. So there is a bigger process, just to keep in mind that there's a lot of engagement and things like that.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. Just following up on Deputy Mayor Barker's point, and if I'm reading this correctly, that's on page 59, about the instalment repayment of the debt, but it could be one payment in 5 years after establishment.
It is something that the CFO has flagged, and we are working on understanding, but we've certainly include some more information about this in our submission.
So further to that concept, I suppose, that that idea of the delay, will be in our submission? Will we be speaking to the interest component of that debt repayment?
I haven't had a chance to go into that level of detail, but again, we will be seeking to ensure that councillors no worse off based on financially, based on the time that we transition. So that'll be what we're approaching it, the position we approach it from.
Thank you, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I have a question that I've been actually trying to find out on through the government website. When did it become the affordable water reform?
Ages ago. Was it when the Minister for Local Government, when the Prime Minister changed, and then
in the March-April period, in the announcement. Yeah.
So I'm looking at April 13th was the announcement. Yeah. So what I'm trying to go at is that are we going to, in paragraph or point 2A, we talk about the service model introduced by the affordable water reform today is still fundamentally flawed despite the amendments proposed. And there is still a risk to ratepayers. Consumers are going to end up paying significantly more in combined rates and water charges. Is there any opportunity to actually ask for the whole submission talking about and renaming the reform to increased water reform?
We can certainly make any but
to the councillor's point, probably that's a point of political debate, but I'm not sure that it's a useful thing to include in our submission. Yes, indeed.
Councillor Houlihan.
I suppose this is a political question which you won't want to answer, but do you think exactly what Councillor Wiley has highlighted, the fact that it's being now called the affordable reforms, and when for our city, what is going to happen with our water rate? It will actually increase from what we've been paying now. Is that correct?
Look, the numbers, as you know, Councillor, are challenging. I think what you can rely on is that the chair of ISCOM is all over this, and should we get an opportunity to speak to it, that they are points I am sure he will make.
In his absence, those are points he has made before, and I know he is very cross about the fact that it's more that's being called the affordable water reforms when it's not true. Is it fair to say that a lot of people have the perception that, and we've heard it quite a few times now, even from people around this room, I'm looking at someone now, but anyway, but that some people have the perception that these reforms will actually solve their problems if they're not on our reticulated system, that the perception, and I think that's due to some of the messaging.
Councillor, I think it's a bit difficult to ask staff or staff to speak for other people's perception. They can speak to their expertise, but staff's perception, staff can't speak to the perception of the public. I think that would be fair to say. Right, so I think we've covered questions. So another question? No. So I'll move, since the chair of infrastructure is not here, I'll move this. The motion, as you see on the wall behind you, which also authorises the Chair of Infrastructure to speak to this submission. So, and we've got some minor editorial things to take into account, as Mr. Drew has mentioned, but you can be sure that the Chair of Infrastructure will be speaking to it. So, seconded, Councillor Houlihan. So, in speaking to this, this is a significant protest on our part, where we are registering not only the dissatisfaction of our council as members, but also the council staff with this whole process. Where as many of the people throughout the country have said, they're happy enough with water reform, but the process of how it has been imposed upon us, and then with a vast amount of bureaucracy and additional administration required, and then mandated to be taken away, is putting a huge amount of extra load, effort and work onto councils. And it would be fair to say that the majority of people that I have spoken to, particularly mayors and CEOs, but also members of council and members of the public, as far as this goes, people are not convinced that the future situation will be better than the current one, which is a worry when such significant legislation is introduced. Our submission does cover a great many of those points, and we have used quite strident language, which I think is entirely appropriate. And the Chair of Infrastructure has spent a lot of time researching this issue and has covered many of the reports that have come from a great variety of sources on this topic. So not only the reports from Scotland and from the Department of Internal Affairs, but we have local authorities in the area and authorities from further afield producing reports that have all ended up to really a great deal of uncertainty as to where the answer will lie. One thing that we feel as a local authority that we feel reasonably confident on is that our situation has steadily been improving, and we have spent money and put a lot of effort into improving our situation. So us moving forward and joining this authority will probably, we're of the opinion that will cost us more than if we were to go it alone. However, that's similarly the case for the large metros. So the majority of the population of the country has not been taken into account in this. However, it's understandable that there is a desire to improve water quality throughout the country. But I think we have canvassed this submission quite thoroughly. We've had a workshop to discuss it and ask questions of it. So I'm convinced that the submission we're putting forward does actually present our opinion and view of the situation strongly and well to the Select Committee and the government. So who are my speakers? We've got Councillor Hulahan, Deputy Mayor Barker and Councillor Wiley so far.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to personally thank the Chair of Infrastructure, Councillor Jim O'Malley. He has done a huge amount of work on this and he's been an absolute advocate for our city. And I mean, the evidence that, well, the information that he's gathered clearly shows that this reform would not be affordable for our council. I mean, the costs that we've been charging now are way less, according to Councillor O'Malley's figures, than what they're proposing would be a good scenario in the reforms. And to call them affordable is absolutely laughable. I mean, the whole situation has been just one disaster after another that the government hasn't thought through. However, what I do want to say, I think credit where credit's due, the government did hear us with our concerns around full merging with the whole of the South Island, and we did ask to be an Otago Southland model if we had to be pushed into anything, and they have done that. So, however though, while I'm grateful that they've looked at that, there's now a whole lot of opportunities for that to be changed if a merger was achieved in this group, this entity, which makes a mockery of the whole thing. And once again, our concerns around privatisation of this whole system is not safeguarded. Anybody can just make a change here and there's no protection for private sales. So what does that say to our water, our infrastructure and the safety of it and our future viability and what could happen to it in the future? Not much, quite frankly. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on, but we've done this before. We've said this before. We don't seem to have had a lot of listening from the government on this. I mean, the government seems, from what I can see, determined to push this through at an extremely fast pace and to the detriment of every council in our country is the pace of all these reforms and the amount of pressure, workload it is putting on staff and on councils. I mean, we've had numerous meetings over this and workshops, and so have staff have had to deal with it. We've had questions around how to deal with the debt. We've still got numerous questions on what will happen with so many things that I just can't even start to explain them because there's too many to list. But it's fair to say completely unsatisfactory and another disaster of a reform. And wait, because we've got resource management yet to come that's going to probably be even worse.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly support Councillor O'Malley as Chair of Infrastructure and the person who has said all along that this is fundamentally flawed. Someone described me earlier in the questions as being very cross, and I think incandescently angry would cover it more because of the long, protracted, and I think the word in here is cynical, what we call it, consultation that has gone on. I go back through my old speeches and look at what we've seen as the government comes up with a one-size-fits-all model for water delivery, and I remember when I was at the meeting that DIA came in and went, here's the solution. So it was never a solution that was worked on with the community. he said all along the underlying financial modelling is flawed. We'll end up propping up our neighbours, many of whom are far behind on their water infrastructure and need huge investment, which we will subsidise and will hit us in our back pocket. And that's why I was extremely concerned to read paragraph 54 about the payment for our assets for the debt. I, in my naivety, had assumed that we get our assets taken away, we get the money. The whole point of these entities was so that they could borrow more. That is why they were set up, so they can borrow more to fix the infrastructure. And then right at the start, we're being told, well, maybe they can't borrow enough to give you the money for your assets. So to discover that is just pretty horrifying, actually. What else he said? Oh, Too Fast needs a reset. And what have we got? 2 weeks to give feedback on that? That's pretty disgraceful as well. It's just been a cynical short time for submissions, too bureaucratic. And then the loss of voice. So we all ask questions about how many votes we're going to have to represent us, and we will have 1 vote out of 14. And that is extremely concerning. We've heard from some other areas that they would like to go into Entity D, and we will have 1 vote out of the 14. As the biggest owner of infrastructure, if those decisions are to be made. So that is extremely concerning. If we end up in Entity D, we end up an even smaller voice and a much larger pool. So, and I think Councillor Benspope has brought up the loss of influence for our city and for our planning. Minimal protection against privatisation, and Councillor O'Malley has always talked, he's at a rail conference, that's why he's not here, about the neoliberal reforms of the 1980s and what happened to that. We need to ensure that if we have to have a new water system, that it's so robust that it can't break down. And that's why, given this extremely short time to do this consultation, is very, very concerning. I think that's all my points. I have lots and lots, but I think we have talked so much about water reform in the last few years that we all know it very well, and we all know why we are extremely worried, incandescently angry and upset at these reforms. I absolutely support Jim going, or Councillor O'Malley going along too. He's the one that has the huge in-depth knowledge of this water reform, and I'm sure he will take our views very firmly across.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I'll be fully supporting this submission on the increased cost water reform. Affordable water reform. Yeah, okay. Right, that sounds like a TUI billboard, doesn't it? But yeah, anyway, I think the points in 2A and 2B where we, and if we can really articulate that, we do believe it is fundamentally flawed, that the ratepayers and water charges, and that's the important part, rates and water charges. So we've really got to strengthen that part. And why it should transfer significant community assets if the model itself is flawed. And council needs to continue pursuing that fact. The next part that really grates me is that the timing and the way the government has pushed this through. And I love the way we asked for a reset. We will be asking for a reset should be considered an underlying fundamentals of the reform and design. And I think that is hugely important. Plus, we also tackle that the underlying financial model is flawed and needs to be recalculated. And I think as you go through some of these key points, it's not going to be a short letter. It's going to be a long and extensive letter. And I hope that all MPs and everybody associated with government on both sides would actually take time to read and understand it. And I would actually ask council when they make the submission that we actually send it to all our MPs in our city, so they can actually clearly understand what our view of this process and our submission is about. I don't want them getting their facts through their filtered system. I want them to get the clear facts from what we are seeing here in Dunedin. And again, I thought point 28C was very important. Council is again being asked to submit on legislation containing a service delivery model that council considers to be fundamentally flawed and within a time frame that is likely to be cynical. I think that is something we also need to highlight to our local MPs. It is a very clear fact that actually, if they were really looking for open and transparent submissions, there would be a different process taking place.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking the staff for the work on this and the work to come, along with the CEO. This water reform is definitely problematic, and we've identified that the devil's in the detail. But I want to give a voice to a sector of our community that I have consistently given a voice to, and that's the people who are left out of this reform. Up to 20% of our population in this city are not on reticulated water, and they are not included in this reform. And I think there are probably some of them who believe that they will be. I think there will be a perception out there that this is going to be a cure-all. It's not. And it's not helped by the fact that much of the narrative is about supplying safe, reliable drinking water for all New Zealanders. It simply is not going to do that. Ironically, this 20% of our city's population, probably of all people, have a very accurate view of how much it costs to supply a safe, reliable water supply. For those who have spent the money already, or those who cannot afford to spend the money. And this often affects our low-income rural communities, amongst whom Māori are overrepresented. And so I just want to note that with you colleagues, remind you of that. And if you think the costs are high that are proposed, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't repeat much of what's been said, because I think we've ascertained over the years that we're mostly in agreement around the table around what's happened over the years. And for me, it's I guess it feels like it's like a huge boulder rolling down a very large mountain, and we're all standing at the bottom. Actually, as Councillor Barker says, I've learnt more about affordable water, Three Waters, over the years than I ever imagined I would, and I think the whole process is fraught. It'll continue to be fraught, and I've got my own fears of where we'll be in 5-10 years, and I think I've made it clear to many people I think we'll have privatised water in at some point hence, and that I think that's a disaster. But I do want to say, I just want to thank our staff who bear the brunt of this, and the incredible mahi they've done over the years, and in the context of this boulder moving more and more quickly down that large hill, and particularly this one in the context of the ridiculously short timeline to turn this around. And this is complex and convoluted stuff, and I think the short timeline, more than anything else for me, speaks volumes, actually, because I don't think that timeline suggests in any way that we have much power to do anything. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I, like me, well, pretty much everybody, still have significant concerns around this. And whilst I was going through this, I kept thinking about the teenagers in my life, because whenever I try to talk to them, they have headphones on and they're listening to whatever they're listening to, but they're certainly not listening to me, and it's very, very hard to get their attention. This to me feels a lot like that. It feels like the government has headphones on and are listening to whoever, because we're talking into a void, it seems, and I would like to make sure that the submission goes through, short of using expletives, is as firm as we can possibly make it. If you look at the Oxford Dictionary, the definition of consultation uses the word discussing or discussion. This does not feel like we're having a discussion. This does, yes, feel like they're coming out to, quote, consult, end quote, but without actually entering into a meaningful discussion. That consultation is simply ticking the boxes and going through the motions, or that is at least as it seems to me. To rush something this significant through, and given the time that we have been given on this, it's farcical at best. It can only result, in my opinion, at best, in an incomplete solution, or at worst, a catastrophe based on flawed, incorrect or false information. I can only hope that the government is enjoying listening to Ed Sheeran or Lewis Capaldi or whoever they're listening to, because they are not listening to us, and I would like us to raise our voice as loudly as we can and make sure that the residents of our city are, first of all, represented, and secondly, made aware of, as Councillor Gary points out, all the nuances and the false assumptions that are made on so far on this, to make it as clear as possible that we are being as loud as possible and as forceful as possible, and what the ramifications actually are if this were to go through.
There we go. So, in putting this motion, I think the absolute characteristic of the whole Three Waters reform has been the word uncertainty. And so right from the beginning, and still at this point, at the 11th hour, I think the majority of territorial authorities and the elected representatives within them feel a great deal of uncertainty about the situation that is before us. The governance arrangements are very much under question. The disenfranchisement from our assets and the loss of those assets create a great deal of uncertainty in the community and with ourselves as to how that will all be managed. We similarly have no confidence. We have no certainty about what it will cost us and our constituents in the end. And the emergency management situation, when that can be a very important part of the resilience of communities, ours in particular, of course, because it affects us mostly, but up and down the country, there is a great deal of worry about the emergency management situation and how that will be conducted from a more centralised authority as opposed to the local people on the ground that know what's best. And we've seen that recently exemplified, where the actual rescues and the rapid response all comes from the people who know what the history of the region is and who are best placed to respond immediately. And lastly, the transition arrangements. So even today, and in particular in our workshop, the transition arrangements that we have lead to a lot more uncertainty. So unfortunately, I think that uncertainty leads us to a lack of confidence in the process and as to how it will go. But the net result of that, as far as we're concerned, with the disempowerment that we are experiencing, is that we have come up with a strongly worded submission. And I would like to commend the staff for the efforts that they've put in to producing that submission, because it's not that easy to actually be so critical about a reform and to word it in words strong enough to hopefully make an impact. And of course, the Chair of Infrastructure has certainly helped in that regard, and he will be there on the day to speak to it. But I think what the submission that we are putting forward does represent the views of Council and the views of our community, and not only us but other communities around the Motu and around the whole country. So, having said that, I think I can put the motion by a vote rather than, I don't think there's any need to have a division, because I think we're all agreed. So I'd like to put the motion, and as we see on the screen behind and also in your papers in front of you, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And on that note, I'd like to put another motion that we take a break for lunch. Hopefully it's out there. Come back? Masters Games? Really? You were expecting that to be relatively rapid.
I've got advice that might help make it more quick than it might be.
Okay. Look, I'll do that, and then we'll come back to the lunch vote. Who knows how many hours that'll take, but never mind. No, I'm sure it'll be very quick. Number 10 on our agendas, the New Zealand Masters Games Deed of Variation. Ms Graham will speak to that.
Thank you, councillors, and apologies from Ms Canton. She is COVID bound at home, otherwise she would be here to provide this advice. And so you'll see that the report says that council approves the deed of variation, but then further on in the report suggests that there are no options because this is a noting report. This should more correctly say notes the proposed deed of variation, because at this stage council is not required to consent to the variation. And so the trustees are free to do this as trustees, and so it's been custom and practice that this deed has come to council for approval, but there is no legal requirement for that. Were council to want, and it goes back, we think, historically, because council were a settler of the trust, and so if council were of a mind, they would need to seek a variation to the trustee where council would need to consent to changes, but that work hasn't been done. And so the best advice we have to you at the moment at this is for noting. So the resolution should read, notes the proposed deed of variation.
So, are there any questions of staff present? Mr. Pickford and Ms. Castillo? Very good. Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor Barker?
Yes, my question's well known. I was very concerned that the trust decided no additional changes to the appointment term, so someone can be there, as there is an example, for 28 years. And that the trustees would not change it to a 9-year limit on appointments. So is there a process whereby council can change, as settler, or change those terms of appointment?
And again, I'm speaking based on what Carolyn has emailed me in the background, and so tempered with that, because I would want to take legal advice on it directly. My sense is that if we were wanting to make a change, we would need to seek a variation to the trust deed that included a provision where council needed to consent to any variations.
My next question is around who appoints the trustees. Is it council that appoints all of the trustees?
Yes, it is. It comes to council.
So is it easier for us to do a variation, or is it easier for us to have a policy within council around terms of appointments?
Well, that's a question for council, I think, but what I think is in bringing appointment reports to council, I think it will be important that we highlight the term that the person who is being recommended for reappointment has been a trustee, and then council will be able to make a determination at that point.
Do we have any other organisations like the Masters Games with which we give appointments to, and do we have terms for those?
That's not something that I can answer off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Councillor Gary?
Asked and answered.
Do we have any other questions? No. Thank you. So, would someone like to move that we note the proposed deed of variation? Deputy Mayor Barker, thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Ackland, very good. Would you like to speak to it?
I can support this because it is about noting the proposed deed of variation, but I have to say that I am unhappy that that we can't change the variation as being councillors to what is usual as a 3 times 3 with a maximum of 9 years. We have examples. I think there's an example on this board where someone has been there for 28 years, and I really do think that, as we have in our CCOs, we need that turnover, fresh ideas, new thinking, and to make sure that something is not dominated by one person or a set of people. That is my issue with not changing the governance in here. However, this is something I guess that we can look at for another day. So in the meantime, I'm satisfied to support this.
I see no other speakers, therefore I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now, were you expecting that we'll do the other Masters Games, the service level agreement?
I was.
Well, okay, so then we can be dispense with Masters games. So, here we are back again. Does anyone have any questions about the service level agreement? Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question just regarding the status, because there seems to be a little bit of, it's probably a legal question, a little bit of differentiation between it being a CCO and is exempted from the standing reporting requirements of a CCO. So I just want to understand that, because it says it voluntarily submits a statement of intent. So how does that sit? Oh, sorry.
When the trust was originally set up, and that there was, from my understanding, because it was long before me, there was not an intention to make it a CCO. It was meant to be a separate trust in its own right. So in terms of every 3 years, as part of our audit requirements, we apply for exemption in terms of reporting standards as a CCO, but we do still report to council as we're required.
And it's technically a CCO because council appoints at least half of the members of the trust. That's correct, or all of them. All of them. That's what makes it a CCO.
And my next question is just around where it talks about number 8, the trust is dependent on funding from sources external to the council. So my first question is, what is the amount of funding from council, and then what is the other amount from external sources, and who are they?
So we work on a biennial budget. So for the 2 years of the campaign, council provides the cost of me, my overheads, and office space, things like that. This for the 2024 event, is I think around 172,000, because 50% of my salary and costs from last year went to the events team, and that because I worked with them. Our other external funding, we go to gaming trusts. We also go to the Targa Community Trust. We also receive some funds from the New Zealand Masters Games Company. That we then receive income from our registration systems, registration entrance and things like that, and external sponsorship.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. Just before the agreement's finalised, I just think you need to go through and check the dates. A lot of the dates haven't been rolled over to 2024. But I'm just questioning the financial, the targets that you've got there in table number 7. So that relates to what you've just, in answer to Councillor Deputy Mayor Barker's question, where we're talking about an operating surplus and deficit, and the stakeholders' funds. So for the future year, even though, which I think might be, I'm not sure whether it's 2024 or 25, even though you're talking about an operating deficit of 62,500, but the stakeholder funds are going to increase. I'm just kind of not sure on the numbers.
Yes, so the stakeholder funds is what we receive from council as our grant, and then our operating surplus is our budgeted surplus.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A quick question, just more for clarity than anything. It's mentioned on both pages 122 and 130, specifically 4.2. I'm wondering, providing leadership to Dunedin's sports industry, other than obviously providing the event and everything that goes around that, how does the leadership to Dunedin's sports industry manifest itself?
Yeah, quite a couple of things that we do for our sports partners that run our events is we do marketing programs for them, and actually take them through some marketing options and seminars, and that we also assist them with their administration of the event and running. A lot of them don't normally run a large event, so being able to get that experience and things, they can work towards increasing more participants in their sport overall.
Councillor Ackland.
Thank you. Just to finish off, as you were answering Councillor Barker, 172k per 2 years from council, and roughly what would the outside funding be?
So at the moment, our budget is sitting on a budget for the 2 years of about 750,000. So in total.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 2 points. Firstly, in the amended version, thank you for taking out the word older as somebody who competes in the games and using members. Is there, Ms Costello, is there any reason to think that the projected, I think it's 3.2 million eco-benefit for the next one is off the mark? Is that pretty much the estimation?
No, we're still predicting that. We think it's a good goal. The Whanganui event increased their numbers, and we're going to be working really hard to increase ours as well. So hopefully it's more.
Thank you. We appear to have exhausted questions. All set? Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so would someone like to move the motion? Councillor Eklund? Very good. And a seconder? Deputy Mayor Barker? Very good. So the motion's on the screen in front of you that we approve the trust statement of intent and the service level agreement. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? No. Would anyone like to speak to it? Deputy Mayor Barker.
Because I had a lot of questions, I guess. I just want to say that this is an incredibly valuable event for the city. We all see how much the city comes to life when this happens, and I think that it's a really clear statement of intent, really clear service level agreement as well, easy measurements for them to aim for, and we know how valuable it is for the city when we see the economic impact come through. I guess I just asked the questions about the CCO Masters Games just to get clear in my mind where it sits, and as we've just talked about through water reform, we can look at unintended consequences, which is loss of control. So not to compare the Masters Games, which is amazing, with water reform, but we all need to be very careful when we set these things up.
Goodness. Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. I just want to thank everyone who's involved in working behind the scenes to make this event work. I've competed in many. I've missed out on medals, and I think I've got a bronze, a silver, and a gold. And to be honest, when they included wine tasting as a sport a few years ago, I was absolutely sold. So I'll be a competitor forevermore. But just thanks for all the work that goes into this, and obviously for the city, the 3.2 million, hopefully more eco benefit is something we should be proud of. Thank you.
Yes, and I'd like to comment as the winner of a few gold medals, including for wine tasting. It's a fun time, and I've been on the receiving end of lots of entertainment, including from one of the councillors around the table. And I think it's a very good thing to have in the city, and it is a privilege to hold it. And I think it's great that we do our best. And there's clearly a heck of a lot of work by the people involved to raise the extra funding and do all of the administration required to make an event of this size and nature take place. Because you've got all those masters coming to town, each with their needs and requirements and desires and wants. And I think they all go away feeling very well catered for. So thank you very much for all the efforts you put in. And on that note, I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now.
You might just want to do that one because that way staff can leave.
Okay.
So if it's quick.
Yep, look, this will be really quick. These are proposed. While we're on the subject of events, we'll do proposed road closures number 12. And a particular reason for doing this now is that the staff members will be able to leave after this, so it's quite helpful. So, to be considerate. So Mr. Drew is here to speak to the motion. Does anyone have a question? Does anyone have a question? No one has a question? Yes, somebody does have a question.
Happy to move.
Yeah, it's not a question. We've got to stick with questions. No questions? Okay, so we do have. Thank you, Mr. Drew. You're done. So we have. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Walker? No. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? No. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. I think we can call that quite a quick motion. Thank you. And on that note, I move that we adjourn for lunch and we come back at 1:45. I have a seconder, Councillor Houlihan. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We shall resume with item 13, the statements of intent for DCHL. So I welcome to the chair, Ms. Gemma Adams. I'm sure is ready to take questions. Do you have any prefacing comments?
So
we have prefacing comments from the Chief.
Mine are purely procedural, and councillors, you'll have seen an email this morning. Councillors were provided with electronic copies of the statements of intent. Unfortunately, due to a processing error, the link wasn't uploaded to the website, and so the public only had access to the statements of intent from this morning. So I apologise to councillors that we were in breach of our obligations under the Local Government Official Information and Meeting Act around that item.
Do you have any comments, Ms. Adams?
No, I probably just that the cover report outlines the process that we've followed since the drafts were presented in February and any changes to those drafts, just primarily around finalising budgets and forecasts. It's been a fairly robust process this year, and DCHL feels that they've come to a pretty good outcome at the end of it. Happy to answer questions.
Fantastic. Do we have any questions? Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question. It's page 175, and it's about the community access grant. Our feedback was how the community access grant is distributed and other issues associated with community groups accessing council venues needs addressing, and this has come up through the annual plan process. And we've got as a response, DCHL believe this is not a statement of intent matter. So I see that there is an application of a service level agreement and how it's reported to council. So is the management of the service level agreement on council side for distributing, is it 300,000? I can't quite.
I think the community access grant is either 400 or 750. There's one or two the other way. Did you want to take that?
I am in discussions with the CEO of DVML at an officer-to-officer level about how this might be able to be worked differently, and so we will bring something to council probably. Well, it'll tie in potentially with some of the investment plan work as well.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I've just got one question on page, what page are we on? 164, specifically around Delta dividends. I'm just trying to understand, and maybe I should know by now, but it's got within range of 50 to 75% of net surplus after tax. I'm just wondering why there's such a broad range given there rather than specifics.
Yeah, the range of 50 to 75% just, I think, is designed to allow directors to consider the context of how the rest of the business is tracking and other contextual factors like their level of debt, other financial metrics and things. So it is given quite a broad range. I think within that range, if it was to one edge of it or the other, we would be wanting to understand those reasons, and I think we probably do understand them in Delta's context at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. On page 174, in respect to city forests, point number 10, where we had asked for, I guess, a rewording in terms of about incremental land and forestry acquisition, and a rewording of that, and the response is to leave the wording as is and to incorporate the additional text. But if you incorporate the additional text alongside of what was there, I'm just not sure whether that actually meets what we were trying to get to. I'm just not sure whether that adds to it.
I think DCHL and City Forests were comfortable with the additional text and the intent behind that, and that's been added to the statement of intent. Removing the first paragraph would potentially be quite a large change to City Forest strategy and would potentially impact quite a bit on their financial forecasts and things. And DCHL considered that was probably more appropriate for perhaps a longer discussion and debate with DCC, and that the appropriate place for that would be through the investment plan. Yeah.
Very good. Do we have any more questions? Thank you. It appears not. Thank you very much, Ms. Adams. Alrighty. So, would someone like to move the statements of intent? Somebody volunteer? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Barker. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Wiley. Would you like to speak to it, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to move this. It's been a long and involved process. We try and refine it year by year, and in this case, we had quite a lot of feedback to give back to the CCOs. It's good that the feedback has been considered, and some of the measures have been put back into the statements of intent. The question that I asked was around the community access grant, specifically because that keeps coming up from many community groups about their access to some of our venues. So it was pleasing to get a reply that this is from our CEO, that this is under investigation. Otherwise, I wish our CCOs who work very hard the best of luck in meeting these KPIs.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I too want to start by acknowledging the directors of the CCOs and their attention to our feedback. And I too want to just note the community access grant. It was a point that I too raised, and it was my recollection that it was going to be addressed through either the letter of expectation or the statement of intent. But I just want to thank the CEO for taking that up. It has been around for a long time. We've had feedback from multiple sources through the Creative Dunedin Partnership and other avenues for some time, and I'm heartened to hear that those discussions are underway, and I look forward to a resolution.
Fantastic. We have no further comments. Therefore, would you like to exercise the right of reply? No. Okay, in which case I'll put the motion that Council agrees to the statements of intent for DCHL and its subsidiary and associate companies. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 14. Adoption of the annual plan 2023-24. And yes, we have, Ms. Carolyn Allen. Mr. Logan's not here? No. That's very good. So, would you like to address the report?
No, happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I'll just add a couple of things formally. So, Councillor, aware I circulated last evening confirmation from the DIA that they'd signed off the annual plan for significance, but also, and more pleasingly, have confirmed that they have our accelerated capital program for water service infrastructure funded by debt has also been signed off by the NTU. And so on that, and the annual plan was prepared on that basis. So that means there's no changes to be alluded. And councillors, again, just need to be aware that you are signing off a deficit budget based on the fact that we are not fully funding the depreciation for Three Waters because of the water reform program.
Rightio. Do we have any questions for Ms. Allen? Councillor Gary.
I don't think this is a question for Ms. Allen, but it is a question, and I've raised it, and just want to know how it's been attended to. I believe it has been followed through on. So on page 189, the comment I made when we were in deliberations around the number of submissions received did not include the 261 on the Peninsula Connection, and that unfortunately hasn't been corrected in this follow through. I just wonder how that will be addressed. And secondly, the point on page 190, the point around the addition of those unfunded sections to the RLTP was part of the resolution, but again, it's not included on page 190, and I had picked that up in the work program as well. Could somebody just tell me how those oversights will be corrected?
And so the resolution gives the Chief Executive the delegation to make minor editorial changes, and that is an omission. That community feedback should have reflected that, and the resolution should have been more fulsome.
I just question the minor for some.
Very good. Are there any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Allen. We're done with questions. Now, would someone like... Sorry? I should do it. Okay, so I'm happy to move. So, where are we? So I'm happy to move the motion on the screen behind you, which is quite comprehensive. Basically, the matters, Section 100 of the Local Government Act 2002, the estimated expenses, the projected revenue, the equitable allocation of responsibility for funding, and the revenue and financing policy of council, treasury risk policy and development contributions policy, as well as having regards for the matters in the aforementioned paragraphs. It's prudent for us to set projected revenues at a level that will not meet projected operating expenses due to the water reforms. So the discussion of that is included. So we are moving that we adopt the annual plan and authorise the Chief Executive to make any minor editorial changes or to draw down debt up to a total debt of 600 million in the 23-24 year. So, seconded, I'll take Councillor Lucas. So, in speaking to this, I think we have had a lot of discussion about this annual plan and the budget, and I'm very pleased to be able to sit here having had confirmation, albeit very recently, that the DIA have approved our strategy of funding a considerable amount of Three Waters CapEx with debt, but on the hope that they will take that debt over, they will transfer that debt to the new entity. And they have done that in the nick of time, so we can proceed with confidence, knowing that our Three Waters infrastructure will be, considerably better off than it would have been, and that debt will be transferred to the new entity. Not only that, it has, over the process of spending more on capital works in the city, that has improved our ability to do so. So we have achieved really good relationships with the contractors that are doing the work around the town, and they are doing that on a competitive basis. But we've also used our expertise in procurement and project management office to achieve better results. So in fact, we are achieving a much greater level of efficiency than was previously the case. And I'd just like to acknowledge the work that the Chief Executive has put into achieving these efficiencies so that we're getting more done around the town we're getting more cost-effective use of our money, of ratepayers' money. So they're getting more done than what we otherwise used to be able to achieve. And I think having good relationships with contractors is right at the heart of that, so that they have more confidence, they're prepared to invest, and we're prepared to have some trust in them so that they'll go ahead and do the work without having to quote everything else and leave it to chance on either side of the equation. They tend to be able to work then more effectively and efficiently to get the jobs done as they occur, and then invoice us accordingly. So I think having that transfer of debt will make a significant difference to the long-term plan as we go forward. So I think this puts us in a better position overall. So, who are my speakers? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and obviously I'll vote support what's up in front of us. The DIA sign-off that came last night, I think, is obviously welcome and a relief. Is that better? Yeah. The DIA sign-off that came obviously is a relief, and I don't think anyone will disagree that accelerating our Three Waters work is a good idea, and I think it is widely welcomed by the community. Not only that proves that as a council we can focus on some of the less politically sexy stuff, and I don't think anyone will disagree that pipes in the ground it's not overly sexy, but it does absolutely reduce our risk of network failures and interruptions into the everyday lives of our citizens, as happened elsewhere. Within the 6.6% rates rise that we propose, which is less than the rate of inflation, by the way, and the envy of many other territorial authorities, we see the fantastic George Street upgrade, way ahead of schedule, well under budget, and widely applauded by a vast majority of people out there in the community. We see a stunning new pool facility in Mosgiel, world-class museums. We're sitting in an amazing art gallery and other visitor attractions that together make Otapoti, in my mind, one of the world's great small cities. Indeed, our strategic vision being fulfilled before my eyes. And as we speak, actually, as I cycled in today, I cycled past the workers removing the scaffolding from our beautifully repaired and future-proofed railway station, arguably, one of the best pieces of architecture I have seen, actually. So well done to all that backed that project, and something that will be welcome for future generations. We see our community housing upgraded to a standard which we're proud of, playgrounds and parks being modernised and improved, and of course a plethora of business as usual work on roads, footpaths, waste collection, zero carbon, to name a few. And I think we need as a council to be proud of the work we've done and continue to do, or more correctly, we should be proud of the incredible staff that we have in this building that drive the work we ask them to carry out. I thank all of the 386 people, more actually, if we include the Peninsula Connection Group or organisations that submitted during the feedback period, not forgetting the 500, I think it's 500 plus, that interacted via social media. On a personal level, I was really delighted to see the largest amount of feedback, and I am including the Peninsula Connection submissions this time, related to cycleways, particularly the Tunnels Trails project and the Peninsula Connection. The sooner that is progressed, the better, actually, particularly in the context of vastly increasing numbers of people deciding to use 2 wheels in Dunedin instead of 4, and good luck to anybody wanting to stop that trend. That's the good news. On the flip side is a continuing high inflation outlook and high interest environment, the latter of which I think will be with us for quite a few years to come. And I say that because I think next year's 10-year plan will be a fraught process, and as a council we'll be called upon to make some tough and I imagine some very unpopular decisions, but that's for next year. But for now, I just want to thank the CEO, ELT, senior managers, and the whole DCC whānau for their dedication, hard work, and their part in making this awesome wee corner of the world one of the greatest places to live.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are having a cost of living crisis, so any rates rise is hard, and 6.6% is just below inflation, which is a hit in the pocket for everyone. But I think we've absolutely remembered that as we're going along. The council too is hit by inflation, by hugely growing costs, by huge insurance increases. all of those things hit us as well. So we've been trying really hard to minimise the effects on our residents while ensuring that we keep delivering the things that matter to them, like the parks, like making sure that when the taps turn on, that water comes out, though it might not be our responsibility, that people are able to drive safely and efficiently through the city, jobs and business, sustainability, climate change adaptation, homes for everyone. And it's our role to make sure that we're investing sensibly into our capital projects and operations. So it was very pleasing to get that last minute reprieve, I guess, from DIA that they will take up that water debt as we have committed to making sure that we have strong water systems. Our job is to get the best deal for our residents, and I think we've been through a big process during the annual plan process, which is just a continuation of the long-term process. So I think that at the moment we've been having workshops galore, working really, really hard on our strategic set and thinking about all of the reports and the planning that we need to do for our long-term plan, because that is where we set things in concrete. And I certainly take on board when Councillor Steve Walker talks about that it might be a fraught process, and I hope that it's not a fraught process, but we will be having to make some tough decisions in these hard economic times. When we talk about the submissions, we open up the annual plan to submissions, and it was pleasing to see when we're getting better and better at actually considering the submissions and doing the work. So many of the submissions were covered in projects that we're already doing, like the grants review, the harbour plan, the strategic cycle and walking review, reserves management plan, sports field reviews, the Dunedin destination plan coming on Thursday, which lead up to the long-term plan as well. So we're looking at an exceptions only budget, but I do absolutely support and encourage people who put their submissions forward and that are taken quite seriously as well. And we need to make sure that we absolutely do concentrate on engagement and communication with our residents. And I think we had the Residents Association here earlier today, just giving us a little bit of a push to remember about doing that. We need to make sure that we're inclusive of our communities and working for them. And I also think that one of the things that Councillor Mariano is really strong on is getting people to understand the long-term plan. The next year is when we're pretty much setting things in concrete, and then we work through an exceptions-only budget, because council is a very large and often slow-moving beast. So it does take many years to get those projects to where they need to be for when we fund them. So I think the annual plan is fine. It's just a continuation of the long-term plan, but I look forward to this council next year coming up with an exciting long-term plan to make sure that we make life better for our residents, and this is the best place to live in New Zealand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hurlan.
Thank you. Yes, I'm just reminded by my colleagues sitting beside me that we're the best place to live in the world, and which it's hard to disagree with that. We have got a beautiful city, and I do believe we are one of the world's best cities. Just many people haven't discovered us yet, and once they do, I think they would grow to love it just as we all do. And, 6.6% rates when we've had 6.5 previously is certainly in times like these not bad at all. I think we've done extremely well to keep the rates at this level, and I've got actually, I'll let her know, I won't mention her name, but I've got a friend who works at another council, and she was saying to me, what are your rates going to be? Because they're ringing around trying to find out to set their rates, you see. And when I said to her what our rates were, she said, oh, wow, how have you managed to keep that below inflation? So, people are surprised at how low our rates are, and I think hopefully people will appreciate that.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. A lot of what we had to say about this we said nearly 4 weeks ago, but the key things I think the community need to know is that, we are acknowledging the debt forecast will increase to 589 million in this next financial year, and that is a big number. But when we look at 213 million is going to be spent on capital works, with 45% of that relating to Three Waters. This is about improving the structure of our city for growth, and if we didn't really take this head on, we could actually be at the whim of others when some of this work gets done, and that would really handicap on how we grow the city. So I see this as an investment spend and ensuring that the city grows stronger for the future. And yeah, we do have to bite the bullet now and also increase debt. Yes, a lot has been said about the rate increase of 6.6%, but for some, any rate increase is going to be hard to bear. But I think in the current circumstances we are facing, 6.6% is a positive number. And I say that soft positive number, not a hard positive number, because again, if we had have said 6.6 a few years ago, we'd be increasing rates by, we would be cringing. But in the framework that we've been given and the environment we're in, I think 6.6 is a good number. And then finally, I want to thank the staff and also the community. Firstly, there was very good promotion of this annual plan, and there was a lot of positive and good community engagement. I do want to note the Peninsula and their engagement, and I'm sure Councillor Gary will expand upon that. But the Peninsula will be coming next year to the long-term plan in full force as well, along with many others, and I think it will be a challenging process, and I would suggest the community starts thinking ahead and going through that. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to pick up on that theme, it was, according to my phone, the photograph on my phone 2 years ago today, that we opened the Broad Bay section of the Peninsula Connection. And just want to acknowledge staff following through to ensure that those people who took the time to make submissions were all acknowledged and noted, because there are sometimes barriers to people engaging. Detail has been covered. Councillor Walker gave an excellent summary of all of the projects delivered and the areas that have had attention. I do just want to acknowledge a couple of things in my debate. The first is the debt transfer being approved. I want to acknowledge the work done by staff in negotiating and securing that. It's very significant. I want to acknowledge the accelerated CapEx spend and the courage that we had to ensure that we gave the green light to significant water and infrastructure improvements. We shouldn't underestimate that. I believe in this annual plan, ratepayers have got value for money, and this council, in delivering this annual plan, is signalling investing in our city, continuing to invest in our city. To the community who submitted, it was very obvious that people coming to affirm projects already underway, and that was heartening. That's what I took from it. To our staff, first of all, those delivering the projects, your efforts are highly valued by us around this table and by people in this city. And to the staff, the policy team and others, including, I want to mention Sharon Boudica, that put together the annual plan, continued the process. It's a massive job, and delivered this to this point. I want to acknowledge your extraordinary mahi. And I want to turn to the Chief and just say thank you, Chief Graham, CEO Graham, for your leadership in this regard, because there's always a sort of an aspect of dread when you're approaching annual plan time or long-term plan time. Just so many calls are on resources in a really difficult time, a cost of living crisis, and I believe we have delivered an annual plan that we can be proud of. It was considered, it showed wisdom, it showed boldness, and let's hold on to those attributes as we move towards the long-term plan.
Thank you. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to commend the staff on the overview pages in the annual plan, that they're written in good plain English and really highlight what the changes are and what were the outcome of the submissions. And I think that is a really good few pages that I think, going forward in other documents, that we should continue that theme. I think it just really, in a snapshot and very quickly read what the process was. As a first-time councillor, I did find this annual plan process a little frustrating when dealing with exceptions only on a 10-year plan, which having had no input into, and I have found that rather frustrating. So I do look forward to next year, but I was proud to be part of a council I think we were financially prudent as we went through the process with not adding in lots of extra things, and to end up with a 6.6% increase, which, I mean, as we've already spoken, in these fiscally challenging times, any increase is an issue for our ratepayers and for our community. And to have an almost $600 million debt is a concern, and that is the platform for which we are going to be starting their 10-year plan on and debate on. And I think we need to be fiscally prudent looking forward. Yes, we want to be brave and all of those things that Councillor Gary mentioned at the moment, but we also have to realise what can our community support. And this year we have an unbalanced budget with unfunded depreciation because of Three Waters, and if Three Waters doesn't go through, we're going to have some very hard decisions around this table, what that actually means. And so, yes, let's just, it's a watching brief, I guess, in terms of the future, and bearing in mind of the state of our community. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I'll start by saying these, for me, are not a fashion statement. These have almost entirely come around from reading the number of submissions that came in through the annual plan. So I would like to start by saying, as others have, thank you to everybody that did submit. It was, same as Councillor Lucas, this is my first annual plan. And I've been impressed both by the number of submissions as well as the overall quality and helpful content of those submissions. I also agree with Councillor Lucas that having any increase is unpleasant, and having the debt increase is also not something that we wish to that we would wish on anybody. However, there are things we must do, and we need to be prudent in the way that we do that. And like others, my final thanks is to the team, because the amount of work that went into this has been really quite impressive. And again, I come to this with fresh eyes, with never having seen what previous councils, what the process was for previous councils. I can only go by what I've seen this time round, and the collation, the clarity, the statements, just everything that went into it. Thank you so very much, so because it makes our lives a lot easier to be able to go through all the submissions. And I know I'm not the only one that read every single submission, hence my new pair of glasses. So as this is a vital process of communication between the residents of Dunedin and their elected representatives, I think that I would just like to finish by saying next time round I would like to have to get thicker lenses, because I would like to be reading more submissions as well. And not that I'm wishing more work on the team, however, I think it's been an immeasurable benefit, at least it has to me.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And echoing the comments of my fellow councillors, I would like to commend the staff for all of their mahi, particularly the Chief and the wonderful Sharon. I have been particularly impressed with the proactive engagement undertaken with the community this year. It would be great next year if we can solidify the way that the social media feedback is incorporated into this. I did raise that historically, but I'm flagging it again, just because I read all of those social media comments and I thought they were important to be considered as well. As Councillor Lucas said, I love the plain English comprehension, easy to read document, but I really love the bilingual approach to this, and I hope that's the beginning of an ongoing style with all of our council papers. So again, thank you so much, and bring on the long-term plan. Kia ora.
Righty. So thank you very much, everyone, for your very positive and supportive comments. And I think they are richly deserved. The staff have indeed done a lot of work on this. But I'd have to say it'll pale in comparison to the work required for the long-term plan. I will comment that one of the things that will happen, as it is happening, as a result of the annual plan submissions and considerations that we had, is that there will be a much improved set of strategy documents going forward into the long-term plan to give us a good basis for making decisions, because the decisions for that long-term plan will be very difficult, and even more difficult than we imagine if the $200 million of debt is not transferred through some change of government or whatever, is not transferred to the new water entity. So that would leave us in that position of holding $600 million worth of debt as opposed to 400, what it would come down to. So either way, there will still be difficult budgetary decisions to make, because as is always the case with any annual plan or long-term plan, we do not have a limitless supply of money. We have to balance everything up and make sure that the ratepayers' dollars go as far as possible in the circumstances we have and the needs and desires that we have. So it's very much a balance. It's a matter of balancing the needs and the desires to compared to with how much money is reasonable to come into the pot. So I thank you for a job well done, because this long-term plan came in under the forecast budget and under the rate of inflation. So I think it's a considerable achievement of restraint on everyone's part, but also hard work to be able to put it together and make it happen. So on that note, I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And so the next item is number 16. Oh no, 15. There we go. The setting of rates. So, is there any prefacing comments to make? No? So, questions. Does anyone have any questions? I'm not seeing any questions. That's good. Okay, so we see the motion before us. Would someone like to move the motion? Councillor Benson-Pope. Seconded, Councillor Wiley. The motion will appear on the screen in front of you, which is quite a items A to K. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, at its appropriate time, when people can see the complexity of the different elements that build up the rate total for the city and for any individual property ultimately, it's an appropriate time to remind colleagues and residents that the headline figure that we've been talking about won't necessarily apply to an individual property. So people shouldn't expect that the total rate increase is what will happen to their bill, because of the factors before us in the many bits of this motion, and because of other factors such as changing property values, and so which we know are fluctuating all the time, and so on. And so with that caution, I commend the product of a very great deal of work by our finance staff to the meeting.
Do we have any further speakers? In which case, I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And now, number 16. We have the notice of motion, and
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to leave the room.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Councillor Walker has a slight conflict of interest, so we'll leave the room accordingly. Thank you. And we have an amendment which has been added to the paper, or the paper in front of me, which is on the screen in front of you. So Council has to agree by majority that this amendment is added to the notice of motion. I'll ask Councillor Benson Pope to speak to the amendment, and then we'll put the amendment to the vote. Councillor Benson Pope. The inclusion of the amendment, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. People will be, my little yellow box for some reason won't open up. People will be aware of the content of this because I forwarded the letter, which appears to have been effective, and we'll come to that, to everyone recently, asking if anyone saw any reason why we shouldn't support it, and no one did. And so I can't imagine it's going to present anyone with too much difficulty. But clearly, this aligns perfectly with the content of the second clause of the original motion, which is about issues of increased funding. Just apropos of today's announcement, and I'll come back to that later, that's welcome, of course, but I don't think it changes the overall picture, and welcome and all as it may be, it's doesn't in the case of what Otago's getting, for those of you who haven't seen that so far at 21 million over 2 years, that doesn't go a long way to filling the hole, but will be of great use to the university, and we're clearly going to get more advice from them in due course. But I think it's appropriate for us to formally support that letter. It's been signed by the Acting Vice-Chancellor of Otago, among others, the Mayor of Wellington and so on, and that's why I think it will be good to include it in the notice of motion as a whole, as a continuation of Clause 2.
Okay, so I think, so we just put, I don't think we need to have a general discussion on it because, well, for various reasons, not the least of which that people have already seen it, and I'll speak to that because on the 12th of June, this was when it first came out, I signed it and sent it on to everyone in the room, so most of the councillors in the room have already signed it. So, but it's good to formally acknowledge the letter as a motion of council, I think. So I'll put the motion. Oh, well, is this the?
Can I just be really clear what we're putting, Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
just so we, it's to add the amendment.
Yes. So I'll put the motion to add the amendment. So Councillor Benson Pope has put that. Is there a seconder for that addition, Councillor?
No,
we don't need
no. So you don't need a seconder. So the only way you can add an amendment to a notice of motion is with a majority of those members present before the motion is seconded.
Okay. So all those in favour of adding the amendment, please say yes. Yes. Against? Carried. Okay. So and now we have the substantive motion, which is on the paper in front of me, but. Yes. And so now we have a seconder for this motion. Councillor Houlihan, could you speak to the new and improved motion, Councillor Betspo?
Thank you. I'm in speaking to the amended motion, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief. I don't think anyone in the room or in the city has any doubt about the importance to the city, its economy and its vitality of the University of Otago. We know it was New Zealand's first university, and it's certainly always up there in the university rankings in terms of its performance, not least of all, of course, in the health sciences area. And as we've been told on a number of occasions, the health sciences budget of just the health sciences budget of Otago is bigger than the budget of the whole of the University of Canterbury, which puts things in perspective about the performance and importance of this university. It's taken a bit of a hit recently, we know that, but it's in fine shape, and as we know, we are going to continue to work to make sure that they can get their budgets into a healthier state so we can extract their contribution to the ILC building, among other things. And just in that context, it's obvious that while $21 million over 2 years is welcome, as is the wider response from government across the whole sector, with a commitment to further review of the funding regime for the whole tertiary sector, not just universities, and the PBRF, which is also an important part of the university funding in particular. While that's welcome, it will be some time before the quantum that we would like to see for building projects such as the one I mentioned to proceed will be a while. So I don't think it changes the announcement today, while welcome, I don't think changes the wider landscape. The wider landscape, however, though, for Otago is also the uniqueness of the campus experience. Quite a unique campus compared with the others in the country. And we know how much retailers, among others, miss the vibrancy that the itinerant student population bring to all of the city. It's not that we don't support that. For example, the work that's nearly complete in Knox Row, the work coming up in Albany Street, and other work that's in our long-term budgets also for the campus area will already assist in the particularly special physical environment that exists on our university campus. And so that will clearly continue. I think that's important. And this motion also enables the Chief Executive to discuss with the university the other factors, some of which were canvassed in our presentation with them, in ways that we can help, whether it's marketing or inclusion in other documents or other advocacy remains to be seen. I'm sure that this will be widely supported, and I look forward to us as a city meeting our responsibilities to support this institution in any way that we reasonably can, given its importance to the economic and social well-being of the city and the whole country, in fact. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm pleased to see this this motion being a formal support of the university, because we certainly are very much in support of the university, being obviously the biggest game in this town, so the biggest business in town. It's very important to the well-being of the city and the actual vitality and culture of the city. One of the things that happened in that open letter was the unity of action from the Otago University, the OUSA, the Tertiary Education Association, and the PSA, the Public Service Association. So all of those four representative bodies came together along with and wrote that open letter to the government, which is quite significant. And I think it's unified action that makes the difference. So myself and the Mayor of Wellington signed that letter on the very first day, and I circulated to councillors, and most councillors signed it on that day. But it is good to have formal recognition and support of that open letter, as we've seen. So, and as we've seen, it appears it may have made a difference. I'm sure it's that unified action, that unified lobbying from representative bodies that has made a difference to the government. So they have come up with some funding, just as we saw with the hospital campaign. That unity of action makes a difference. That all of the voices joined together makes the difference for any community action. So I'd like to personally thank all the councillors that signed that letter on the day. and have helped contribute to this, what is a successful action so far. But just as with the hospital campaign, the 21 million over 2 years is not the end of the story. There will be other things to be done, and I'd like to think that we as a council will support that university in any way we can, and this is exactly what we're talking about with this motion. Thank you. Is anyone else? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a proud alumni of the University of Otago, as the rest of my family. And I was reminded on Friday night, when out at on the Pukekura Penguin trip, I was sitting beside a young woman who was an international student, a one-semester student from Canada, and beside her were her mum and dad, who had just arrived 2 days earlier on the trip of a lifetime. And I was reminded how important our reputation is, how important our international students are to the financial health of the university. Those numbers dropped off, of course, with COVID and are on the rise. But it's a vicious cycle. Once you have a reputational dent, such as we were looking at before today, and the cash injection, that is problematic, because then people don't come. And it is relevant to the economic well-being of our city, because in that young woman's case, she brought with her her family who came to visit, and I've seen that repeated over and over again. I'm heartened in that the Future Focus Plan for international education sector in the city, one of those is around marketing the city in relation to international students. So that is an aspect that we can support the university with in that particular way. So I welcome this motion today. I thank the mover and the seconder, because it's important that we show our support for what is such a vital part of our city, and we all know how the city feels when the students are out of town. They add a really important dimension to our city, and I want to remember that in supporting them, we're talking about management, we're talking about staff, and we're talking about students, right through from first years right through to our PhD and postgrad students, and all that they add in terms of research and so forth to the city. I hope that the announcement today will add something towards the momentum and a desire for the ILC, the Interdisciplinary Learning Centre, in terms of the hospital, and maybe that's going to give that conversation a little bit more oomph along the way. But it's good to have some good news today. I don't think we should underestimate our advocacy, and we should continue with it and continue to engage with all parties in relation to this for our city and for the university.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank our Mayor for his foresight in sending out this link and signing it at the time on representing our city on June 12. Thank you for doing that. And so we're a little bit late with this, with our motion, but I think better late than never. And I am absolutely grateful about the money that the government has put forward for the universities. And the funny thing is, this morning I had butterflies in my tummy thinking about it, and it's so silly, but the importance of the university. And I was listening, I always wake up, my husband and I listen to a morning report, and of course it started talking about the funding that the universities might get, and I instantly thought, oh, I really, really hope our university gets something, because, you know, in a city, we are a university town, and you know, obviously, I mean, we're not Oxford, but we've got the beautiful buildings like that, and we've got the atmosphere and the culture, and it's us. We are a university town, and everything about our city is around that. For, you know, where I use the analogy that our octagon is our heart, well, the university is our arteries that pumps the blood and the life force through our city. There's 4,000 staff approximately there. There's or more than 20,000 students, and that is a lot for a city of our size. It has a huge impact on all our businesses, on our, the way we live here, and on the culture and the vibrancy. We're very lucky because, of course, younger students bring a lot of vibrancy to a city, and I think, we've always encouraged that, as Councillor Benson Pope mentioned, we have got a culture that is different in Otago, because students can live very close to the university, and that is special. The university has gone through some hard times right now. However, I think what we have to do now is focus on the positive, because, dare I use this word, should I say it or not? Oh, but I see this now as a bit of a blip, and this will pass, and our reputation will remain, as one of the highest and best regarded universities, I would say, in the world. When they're talking about where researchers come from, and you look at citations in academia, but also in the newspaper and any news media, regularly it is Otago University. Our professors and academic staff are acknowledged worldwide and are doing world-leading research. For example, the Dunedin study is often referred to by many other countries around the world because it's gone on so long. There's no other study that actually is there's no other study that's exactly like that, because it's followed these people from that year for so long, and that's really exceptional. The reputation and the quality of our university is without doubt. And yes, there's been a bit of a problem, but a lot of that has been caused by a lack of funding from numerous governments over years. So it's a bit hard to lay the blame at the university's feet. Now, I'm very grateful that the government has put forward $21 million over the next 2 years, and I hope that means, we won't see job losses in our city. I don't know if that's being too optimistic, but here's hoping my fingers and toes are crossed.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I totally support this, and recognising the vital and critical role that the university plays in the wider wellbeing of Dunedin City. And I looked up some stats, as is my wont to do. The university is worth $1.8 billion to the city, 17% of GDP. Education is the number 2 contributor to GDP. Dunedin is famous as an education city. Nearly a quarter of our population are tertiary students. If we add in school students, we've got 38% studying, and hopefully we're studying to be a smart city. Over 86% of those 31,000 tertiary students are from out of town. That is a huge amount of money coming into our city. 13.8% of people are employment in education. It's one of the top employers, and at the university 4,000 people are employed, 8% of the workforce in Dunedin. This is absolutely critical to us, and when we look at the job cuts, that sends a huge shiver down our spine. When we looked at Cadbury's, that was 350 jobs. So the government has put a band-aid on for the next couple of years, so they're going to increase the tuition subsidies over the next 2 years. Goodness knows how long that is going to happen, and also look at the PRBF, the performance-based research funding. Governments successively have not kept up with funding education. If we're not educated, then we are pretty silly, aren't we? I'm really concerned about the huge impact of job losses. This is a band-aid, the money that the government have announced today. Great timing, still a band-aid. I've been out in the last month going to a couple of protests, and I have got my placards out, and hopefully the government have heard the message. I don't know that this is a big enough amount of money. We absolutely need to keep supporting this with actions, with overt actions, and with people power to speak loudly to the government. Whatever government happens to be in power, that we need to fund our tertiary education. I'm an alumni, my daughter's at university, and I don't want her education treated like a business. We've got such a corporate model coming into education, especially tertiary education, that it makes me extremely angry. Number 2, offers its support in lobbying for greater government funding. So I say again, whenever the university is protesting, the university students, let's get out and support them. I've been to a number of protests, and they have come up to us, both students and teachers, and said thank you for protesting. They love to see that the city, that the councillors are out there supporting them. I also agree with directing the CEO to determine what, if any, assistance, and I think we can do assistance, especially around marketing of the city. We are Dunedin City of First, including our university, which also is in one of the top 10 most beautiful campuses in the world, and wouldn't it be a pity if we actually lost that through the underinvestment or them trying to scratch around and save money. So this makes me really angry when we start digging into our tertiary education and doing this to our society. So I really hope that everyone keeps supporting, keeps marching.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. As Deputy Mayor Barker has just emphasises how important the university is to our city, and without the university, I think it's a city that, even a slightly diminished university, it's not a city that we actually want to even entertain the thought. And if academics lose their jobs, the chances are they're not going to remain in our city, and the ripple effect that has on housing, on schools, on community groups, on sports clubs, I mean, and on it goes. It will ripple right through all our communities. As a parent of university students currently, I don't think we necessarily realise the long tail effect that COVID has had on the university. I look at my children's peers who failed university entrance because they were studying in the COVID environment. Last year, when orientation week was, that's when the COVID wave hit the students, and they were locked up, whether they were in their Hall of Residence rooms or in their flats. They didn't get to start with that unique Dunedin experience. They didn't get to, even to go to lectures online. They didn't get to mix with their peers. I mean, orientation week was effectively cancelled. And so the experience for many of them was not that experience that we promote and market. And a lot of them, even when lectures became back on class, they found it really difficult. And a lot of them, they didn't come back. They've left Dunedin, they haven't come back. The tight job market has not forced, but has encouraged many people, instead of going to study, they've taken up jobs or trades, as we're promoting for the hospital build. So I guess for the university, it has had a huge impact. COVID has really impacted them, and I guess this is what is really hurting them greatly in lots of areas, not just the government funding not keeping pace with inflation. And as Deputy Mayor Barker said, something like 86% or more than 86% of the students are from out of town, and you look at that huge benefit and their families. I mean, I've hosted heaps of people, guided them around, the city, and they spend money in our shops and our restaurants, and that's what we want. We want to have a vibrant city, and we want people to come here and the memories they have. My son has had a school interchange with the Christchurch School last night, and a lot of those boys had never been to Dunedin, and they wanted to go and see places where their parents had met at university and where they had gone. And I just think we underestimate the power that the university has for many years and for many generations. And I think it is a role of this organisation to absolutely support and number one employer and our number one, I guess, generator for our economy.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. And memo to self, do not follow Councillor Barker with statistics, because she used up most of mine. And then Councillor Lucas topped it off. But yeah, the university accounts for an estimate 9% of the city workforce, with a total employment impact of 5,581 jobs. And that was come out of the university as economic impact across New Zealand, the 11th of May 2022 in the ODT. All the stats are there. We've heard them around the table. Probably for me, one of the big frustrations is actually COVID was a major impact on Otago University. Currently, they're back to about 4% of their international students versus 12% pre-COVID. That's a huge amount of money sucked out of their budget. And what I was thinking back to when we were talking about Three Waters and whatever you want to call it now, and that whole discussion. I remember the government took $70 million out of the COVID fund and gave it to Three Waters. Why weren't they giving it to the universities? 6 of our 8 universities around the country are struggling with these cuts and the lack of funding. And so I think, we have to look at and I love the word band-aid of funding, because that's actually what it is. But thank you, government, you have given us a band-aid of some funding. But as others have mentioned, these are people in our community, and Dunedin is a university city. This would have far more reaching effects here in Dunedin than anywhere else in the country, because we all know people. They're all in our community, they're in our shops, they're in our businesses, they're playing in our sports team, as Councillor Lucas said. The impact of the university is dramatic in this town. And we also have to remember the Polytech. They aren't being immune to these challenges, and the way the government has played, I don't know what sort of game with them, but basically chewed them up and spat them out into some sort of entity, but the way they're being challenged with their job cuts as well. The morale in these organisations aren't flash, and that's the other part that we've got to factor into, is when these stories are on the front page of the ODT or any media, it's the fact that actually these are real people in our community. And the government and their well-beings, I'm not sure where they are when it comes to the university structure, but I don't quite see them following through as they are, or they try to talk about the positiveness of those factors. The government needs to support the university, because this is our community's future, our city's future, and our youth's future. It is important. Thank you.
Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Bad government does not address financial challenges. Good management does. Otago University is an organisation that 80% of its income is funded from a government that is not increasing its funding with inflation. Therefore, in my eyes, 80% of the problem is not the management of Otago University, with 6 out of 8 universities in New Zealand facing financial difficulties. I'm happy to support this motion. However, I am once again totally frustrated our council is having to put our support, time and energy to lobby government for common sense. We have gone from water to hospital funding to university funding. University management, unions, staff, students' associations and council need to be on the same page to have any effect on government, to minimise the impact cost cutting measures will have on the wider well-being of Dunedin City and its residences.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, and I'd just like to say tēnā kōrua to the mover and seconder. And I guess generally, a lot of our mahi and the decisions we take are really dealing with the symptoms rather than the causes. And for me, the causes of this situation, the Dunedin Hospital, 3 Waters even, is that our funding, the way that our economy operates, and we have to go back to relentless underfunding of education and health in particular since Rogernomics and Euthanasia. And until we deal with that and acknowledge that, a lot of the decisions have been taken that have been taken now and recently are all by cabinet ministers who had comparatively free education, and so this is a blip, and it's just a short-term measure, because we actually have to talk about how child-hating our society is. Why student loans is just a nonsense. So anyway, thank you to the mover and seconder, and yeah, kia kaha to the CEO as she supports her equivalents over at the uni. Thanks.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief, and because I agree with what everybody has said, and just want to add my little bit. I am thinking a lot about this from the perspective of being a homestay host, which we have been for the last 3-4 years, something like that. And so I've been having quite a few international students coming and staying at our place who have been down to the university. And many of them have been to other countries, specifically to learn English, so that when they came to New Zealand, they could actually use us to learn. Here is where they want to go to university to learn, not to learn English, but to learn. And in many cases, they want to live here. In some cases, they don't actually want to go home once they get here. And currently, I have staying at our place an employee of Waseda University out of Tokyo. And so as part of that, I've been hearing many of the conversations, thankfully not in Japanese, because I don't speak, other than to say hello, I don't speak Japanese. But he's been able to pass on some of the views of many of his students and the respect with which they hold, both they and the other universities throughout Japan hold Otago University. And it's been really quite heartening to hear New Zealand is the country of choice, and Dunedin is the city and the university of choice for many an international student. And I don't think we can underestimate that and the value of that to our city and to the university. I'm also reminded of attending a FIFA event last week at which Whitefern's wicket keeper, Katie Martin, was talking. And whilst she was saying it in a very humorous but appropriate manner about her attending a test match here when the Ireland team were playing, and the students had learnt the Irish national anthem. Her quip was that it was great to hear that the university students were actually learning something, I think. But she followed it up by pointing out it was a joke. She knows, having grown up in Dunedin, that the university is internationally respected. When she's travelled overseas, because I spoke to her after her speech, when she's travelled overseas, one of the few things that people know about Dunedin, when she says she's from Dunedin, is the fact that we have a world-class university. And I don't think many people, or rather I think a lot of people that flies past, but I think that it's familiarity breeding almost contempt. I think we forget just how respected that university is. So I just want people to remember that, and to remember just where we stand on the international stage, and in large part because of that educational facility over there.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be brief, as Councillor Walker always says. He's not even in the room, so I wasn't going to say anything, but I was thinking a lot about debt. When I finished my university degree, they hadn't put a cap on interest, and while I was working for a circus, the interest on my student loan doubled. And I feel very privileged right now to sit in this seat, because 25 years later, it's the first time in my adult life that I have been earning enough money to actually be over the threshold and have to pay my student loan back. I honestly thought I would just die and then it would pay itself. So let's not forget what that debt feels like to so many of our students.
Your right of reply, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, for your comments, and I'm sure our colleagues at the university will appreciate the positivity of our response. I think we should, and it's appropriate, we should congratulate government on a quick response, albeit short term, albeit probably not as much as is necessary, but a quick response to a problem. And we should also congratulate them for what I think is the most important part of this, a commitment to an ongoing review of funding across the whole sector, because a couple of you have mentioned the other element the polyseptic element of the sector, and that's not addressed here other than by association. Clearly the same issues apply here and elsewhere. The wider collaboration with the university is empowered by this. We have an expectation, I think it's reasonable for me to say, that they will get back on a solid track as quickly as possible so that we can remind them of the commitment that is on hold to their third of the ILC construction, which will be more than 17 million by the time we get that underway again. But that's got to be, that sort of recovery has got to be the goal, and what's been decided by and announced by government is clearly a good start to making steps forward in a much more positive direction than we've seen in the last few weeks.
Thank you. And on that note, I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And that is the end of the public portion of our meeting. Thank you. What?